can see and hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Finally, we have returned with Known Realms Tolesh. We hope you guys all had a great holiday and a wonderful new year. Happy New Year from us to you. We're excited to be back. And before we dive into tonight's game, David froze at an incredible time. And then,
no.
Never mind, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
Let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. I am Angie Agonethetic on the internet. You can find me on Blue Sky, on TikTok, on Instagram, and also check out my website, agonethetic.com. And yeah, that's all I have to share.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you for being here. Lou.
Hello, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Luzelia_or-art on Instagram and Blue Sky.
Perfect. David.
Hello, everybody. I'm not going to do the voice.
Hello, Puppet.
Hello, Puppet. My name is David. I play Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter. Both he, him pronouns, and you can catch me here as Whistle. You can also catch me as Gin and Tonic in the impending Pirates of the Dual Seas campaign. And then I'm also over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I'm the game master of some Pathfinder 2nd Edition games. That's me.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Happy to have you back. And last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. This week, you can check out on Numinous Productions, A Haunting Beloved, which is a Bluebeard's Bride AP centering an all-disabled cast featuring a protagonist with scoliosis as we use the lens of disability to explore this horror game, and I'm really proud of it, so check it out. And when I'm not here, you can find me where am I? In New World Rebellion and Unearthed Inheritance on Stealthy Elf Productions. Yes.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. Pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm your Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And next Friday, January 10th, you can see me captaining, as David said, our new mini campaign, Pirates of the Dual Seas. We will be digging into some pirate nonsensory. And when I'm not here on Tales Archive, you can find me as Fenris in Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance on Stealthy Elf Productions, as well as Nrim in Heroes of Asteria New World Rebellion, The Voice in the Walls. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to shout before we get started?
Year.
Happy New Year, everybody! It's been a while. But
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! Last we left off, the crew headed to the library within the Larwith Academy. Dolores quickly peeling off to head back to the Crimson Mask to meet with Milo, Marco, whatever the fuck his name is, and
Man of many aliases. It makes sense.
A man of many aliases, and Zio alongside Io, Echinacea, Dorlin, Casimir, Kalen, Whistle, Nikolai, Uldia. Everybody headed into the library to conduct their own research. Zio and Io made their way up to the restricted section and got books on the Tetheriums, Kata, Lord Vendrick, specifically getting 3 pretty impactful journal entries from High Mage Kata, who served as High Mage and advisor to the Emperor in the Divanthir Empire. Thanks to the help of Io, was able to decipher those journal entries as Io knows Orthrin per her studies here. Why is your desk shaking, David? Your whole desk is doing this as I'm reading. It's like you're...
I kick the camera stand sometimes.
It was you doing that, and then your face going...
Yeah, I'm trying to stabilize it with my feet.
So that is the information Zio sussed out. Whistle and Echinacea had a pretty interesting philosophical discussion about gods and whether or not they need us as much as we need them. Whistle seems to be of the belief that the gods need the fated far more than the fated needs the gods. Echinacea cited their close relationship with Minri and the fact that they would not have the abilities they have now without their goddess. During this great conversation, one of the highlights from last session for me, loved that conversation, Soren came and pulled Whistle away to discuss the particular situation that he and Nikolai find themselves in. So those two head off to the office while Echinacea meets a very interesting investigator who seems to be studying the same topics as them and the rest of the party. But after exchanging some books, they have agreed to meet here the next day, I believe, if that was correct. Yeah, the next day, since it takes Echinacea a whopping 10 minutes to read a full book. Wizardry!
That's just button IRL.
Fair. When they told me, when they were like, dude, it's day 4, Wind and Truth is done, I was like, you're fucking insane. Me, still on Oathbringer. And then we had Dolores make her way to the Crimson Mask and communicate with her sponsor and pseudo-father figure, Milo, where Milo copped to being a pretty ill-fitting parental figure to Dolores and apologized for the array of violent and terrible situations that he has put her in. He offered her retirement, gave her money to pay off the rest of her debts, or a good sum of the rest of her debts, and gave her a few gifts in kind, and informed her that she would never have to fight at the Crimson Mask again if she did not indeed want to. Struck by this decision and this change of heart, Dolores thanked Milo and his wife Babs, and immediately left the Crimson Mask to go pick up canonical euros to bring them back to the party, who all met at the gift shop. And guys, that is our recap. I'm gonna pat myself on the back. What did I miss? Oh my god!
Marriage.
Sweet
Marriage.
I'm glad I didn't have to call you out on it.
Thanks, buddy. Hold on.
No.
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 We're gathered
Alec,
here.
I need you to get down on one knee.
Shannon just scared the ever-living fuck out of me. Hi, honey. Thank you. Jeez, sweet Christ. And during the conversation with Soren, I was like, I talked about Whistle and Nikolai. I didn't talk about Whistle and Nikolai. David, I'm sorry. I was about to pat myself on the back too. That was crazy.
Get your hand off of you.
Smack. So Whistle and Soren had a pretty intense conversation about the current situation. Nikolai's body being bound to the blade, and Soren urged Whistle to pursue alternative means, saying that destiny is a cage and that we should be able to choose how we fend for ourselves. It is only the people who believe in such myth that will assign those positions of power to us. And in that, Whistle and Nikolai, feeling closer than they have in a long time, made oaths to each other, swore words of love, and gave each other vows. And Nikolai is now a ring on Whistle's finger. Then everybody met. Gay old man Yowie goes crazy, and then everybody met at the bookstore. And that is where our session ended and where we pick back up. So, yeah, the scene is yours. Dolores has come in with food. You are all NPCs as well, standing within the bookstore. Welcome back.
I think Echinacea, in love with love, is just swaying back and forth, nibbling on their euro and like grinning at Whistle and Nikolai, just beaming through munches.
I think Nikolai's definitely the one telling the story
Yeah.
of the events, because Whistle's munching.
And the ring is crying. And then he said, and then these were his oaths. And I've never been more in love in my entire life. Just sobbing.
Is this being said only to Echinacea?
No, this is being said
everyone?
outwardly to the group. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we throw you a party sometime?
Yeah, of course. This is not the final ceremony, of course. We have to have one when Nick gets his body back.
Kaylin just walks up, gives you a firm handshake. Congratulations. This is beautiful.
And then Whistle's going to... Sorry, my voice is a little rough. Whistle's going to talk about the... I think Whistle's going to tell the group what he had talked to Soren about. The alternative means the getting Nikolai's body back from Morisov and trying to bond Nikolai's soul to it, and failing that, another body.
Another body. How?
To be quite honest, that's magic much beyond me, but Soren seems to have an idea, and Nick trusts him.
If you can make him into a ring, pardon? If you can make him into a ring, why can't you make him into something that looks like one of the automatons that we have?
Oh.
Like dagger, ring, give him an arm and a body. At least for now.
I love that natural evolution of like, just give the knife an arm and legs.
Yeah.
Duh.
Duh, idiot.
And
We got people walking
with
around.
arms and legs?
Like Pickle Rick.
Like Pickle Rick is crazy.
Okay.
Pickle Nick?
Pickle Nick. Fuck.
Pickle Nick.
Damn. All right.
Let me out.
Let me out. This is not a
Let me
dance.
out.
Anyway,
This is not a dance.
thank you, honey.
Would it be like what Echinacea did for Reeves? Like,
Oh, reincarnation?
is it similar to that? What they're suggesting?
Well, for that magic, you need a body, and the body changes.
This wouldn't be dissimilar, as it's a soul going into a different body, but I don't have a base body to begin with.
Oh.
It's more of a transference than it is a reincarnation.
But we are hoping to get access to your body.
Yes. I don't see why.
Why would... Oh, go
I
ahead,
just
Nikolai.
don't see why Vincent wouldn't give it to us.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Why would he say no?
Why would he say no?
If I'm remembering correctly, didn't Soren mention something about Vincent being like strict to the Soulforge prophecy and might not want to help because it wouldn't be
exactly. Yes, you remember correctly.
Okay.
Vincent not only believes in it, he wants to believe in it. So if anything could like diverge, now that he's aware of the connection, you from that path, he's probably not going to be super willing to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
It's, if I remember also, when Whistle and Echinacea went to view Nikolai's body, Whistle's attempt to imbue the soul into the body failed.
That failed.
Yes.
But Nikolai was also attached to equipment directly tied to the Larwith Academy, and Soren said that she could look into particular rituals.
Oh, she just hasn't said what they are.
She hasn't said what they are. Yeah. Or she doesn't have them yet to say what they are.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Whistle's going to explain the complications with Vincent and his fanaticism to the Soulforge prophecy.
Great word for it. Yeah.
A fanatic. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say so.
Yeah.
He's basically a fanatic.
Mm-hmm.
We love those.
Right?
Big fan.
What is the basis of his fanaticism? Do you know? Is it that he wants the automata and the Warforged freed? Or is it something else?
I'm not sure. Given his relationship to the automata and profitable they've been for him, I don't know if freeing them is...
I mean, that's the basis of the prophecy, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, sorry to look into getting Nick's body back, so if he declines, then what's to dig in further?
Doesn't Declan make automatons?
Dolores wouldn't know that.
No?
I suppose she would.
Io.
I suppose she would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dolores would know that. Yeah.
Oh.
Whistle, you too would know that.
Oh.
Huh.
Well, in the meantime, why don't you just give him a body that's temporary? Like, Declan could whip one up in no time, right? In no time is a,
Probably about a week, yeah. Not in no
Still.
time.
Zio looks at Io and says, like, kind of like gives Io like a look, like, maybe if we ask Declan to come along, maybe we could talk to Declan about it. Looks at Io, just like,
Her head just like sinks into her shoulders. To where?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm just saying, if you ask him to come along with us, I'm pretty sure he'll say yes.
You keep saying that, and I don't know what the fuck you are talking about. I can ask him.
Oh. Echinacea realizes that Io hasn't clocked the crush. And
No.
just gasps aloud.
Zio looks straight at Echinacea and
No.
just says, it's a conversation with eyebrows only.
Echinacea reads Zio's eyebrows, looks at Io, sees if Io is reading Zio's eyebrows, and is like unsure of whether or not they're allowed to say
She's-
what they've gleaned through eyebrows.
She's not looking at either of you. She's kind of she's looking between feet. She's got this deep blush on her face. Like she's like looking at something to focus on. So she's just like, you know.
Io, you do know.
What do I know?
Oh, are your cheeks that color for no reason?
I don't want to talk about this right now. I
See?
said
Okay, so
I
it's
said I can talk to him and ask.
Zio turns to Whistle and Nikolai and say, I mean, I didn't realize it until Nikolai says something, but
I don't see it being a bad idea, love.
If you're up for it, I'm up for it.
Guess this is a pursuit of autonomy.
Episode title.
pursuit of autonomy.
Pursuit of autonomy. Which, as a title, it does fuck. It's just that delivery was insane. I guess it's a pursuit of autonomy.
Dolores is the dad joke dad.
Casimir does do this number. Right.
She definitely just jabs a fucking elbow into the closest person.
You hit
like,
you nudge Dorlin. He's like, yeah, autonomy.
Yeah. roll to rumple Dorian's hair. Dorlin's hair.
Free action. You do.
I feel
and,
like I would definitely just
two
molest
or
his hair.
three roses bloom as the petals just sort of like flutter out and flit around his head.
So cute. Baby girl.
Angel boy. Okay, well, he's not an angel. He's just an elf boy. But you guys are
great.
I know the plan is and obviously whatever, if there's anything else that you guys want to say or do here, absolutely can. But there is time between now, approximately, we're looking at about 10, 11 hours before you guys want to make your entry to the Ironclad and potentially meet Muse. So we'll kind of do like a montage check-in. What do folks want to get up to in that like 10 hours? Short rests are on the table. I don't think you guys have really used any like abilities or anything. Like I don't think you've like cast any spells or anything, but you guys got time, so
I did.
So you can short rest if you want. That's right, you cast, yeah.
Yeah, after Echinacea's busy work, they will short rest to use their arcane recovery.
Perfect.
That
works.
And their busy work is going to be teaching Dorlin flowering, the cantrip.
Okay.
Just a 2024 cantrip, and it's very cute. You just make flowers bloom, which they see, like, they watch Dolores make roses bloom by just tussling their brother's hair, and Echinacea goes, oh, perfect.
Doy. Where is this lesson happening? Just for me.
I think it can happen at the school if folks are staying there, unless is there an argument to trek elsewhere?
No, just checking in and seeing where people are, because I imagine people are going to split during this time off. I just want to make sure I, above table, know where everybody is.
I was planning to go back to the humble abode just very quickly, like montage it, just to leave view there.
Okay. So, library, humble abode, Dolores, Whistle.
Whistle's gonna window shop weapons because he broke.
He gonna window shop? Dolores?
I'll maybe go with Whistle, maybe be a benefactor.
Oh, love that. Okay, cool. So yeah,
like you like that? The classic like mom like. Do you really like that one?
You want some of that?
Get this money. You were literally fighting for the death.
That's crazy.
I just got a bunch of money.
Milo just
don't know that.
And now everybody understands why Dolores is in debt. She gets money to pay her debt, and she's like, "Who wants some of Mama's coins?" It's exactly why this bitch is in debt. Okay, so that's where everybody is. Echinacea, you and Dorlin kind of settle into the library, and you see he's got. It took him like 5 or 10 minutes to decide which book he was actually going to start. He's like, it's going to be this one. It's almost the opposite of your book. It's this green leather-bound book with this gold leaflet like filigree in it. And he says, I think this is perfect. All right, what do I do?
Echinacea smiles and takes out their first spell book, which is also this green little tome that is ciphered to look like a cookbook. And they crack that open and say, this was actually my first spell book. And each spell book is a very personal object meant to be legible to you alone. So my first text was a cookbook, which can Kaelin be with them?
Absolutely, yeah. He's like your TA right now.
Well, and I mean, since Kaelin is able to do what Dorlin is working to do, I imagine they'll all like have their books cracked, just sitting in like hunched circle together over their texts. There's the flutter of pages turning, and everyone has a bright quill in their hand. And Echinacea is essentially going to explain like, be it a mythic spellbook full of fairy tales or a little cookbook full of your favorite recipes taught to you by your love, your tome should speak to you, and the more it is infused with your interests, the better it is hidden, and the more quickly you are able to summon that magic. Your ability to decrypt the cipher process that each wizard goes through each morning as they prepare their set of spells, making that personal to you is going to make the magic come most easily.
You see as Dorlin pretty quickly decides on a subject matter, and it's going to be his favorite philosophical quotes. It's going to be this book just ranging of like philosophical mantra and like these different ideas that just like he would use to teach at the Sunwall Academy. These are ideas that ignite him, they excite him, and they create these thought-provoking processes within him. And he's like, oh, I'm locked in. That's good. I like that. Yep. Okay. And so I will need an Arcana check from you. And then I will say Kaylin's going to assist. So you'll get this with advantage to teach that ciphering process to Dorlin.
22.
Let's go. And then I'm going to give Dorlin a Arcana check himself. That is a natural 20 on Dorlin.
Oh, baby.
So, like a natural. You see as he is writing in this book, as the quill and ink on the paper begin to ignite in this very beautiful green light, as from the page, as Dorlin's hair begins to sort of stand up of its own volition, the leaves and foliage abound in it begin to bloom as if in full springtime. And from his hands, what does flowering do, Button?
What an excellent question.
You're like, I don't know.
I don't want to get it wrong.
No, that's fair.
So within the range of 20 feet, you can take an action to call forth fragrant flowers from an inanimate object. So I imagine Echinacea is scratching with their quill. Sorry, dyslexia is a hell of a drug.
You're good.
They're scratching with their quill. I think making a scroll for Hugh, since he did throw the money at them it would take.
Yeah.
So Echinacea is making that scroll of instant acquisition. And as their quill scratches, the feather slowly morphs, and all of the red of it sprouts to the top as the length of it grows green, and little leaves sprout from it, and a perfect rose forms out of the feathering at the top.
He stands there kind of in awe, just, I did that.
Oh, you did this. It smells amazing. Smell this. They wave it in his face.
Oh, my baby. Oh, my first spell. Hello. I'm going to name you Rupert.
Rupert. Oh.
He's my first spell. I got to name him.
It's your first spell. They tuck their former quill behind Dorlin's ear and then summon their mythic quill. I'll use this.
Perfect. And Dorlin has successfully taken his first level in Wizard.
I'm so proud of you. They cover his face and kisses.
He just gets up, runs around, and just picks you up as best he can. He's a little guy too, and just gives you a big hug. As the siblings and Kaylin learn some more magic. Perfect. Inspiration point. I love that. Okay. Zio, you are making your way toward the humble abode. You are dropping off View. Yeah, you make your way down there easy enough. No issues at all. But you make it into the humble abode, and you find Isandro sort of stirring from a nap. So you just, oh, hello, my love.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Were you sleeping?
Yes, I was tired.
What, has Vidal been working you?
No, I just haven't had an opportunity to rest, and I appreciate one. But we are supposed to meet tomorrow if you'd like to join us.
I would like that. Yeah. We'll see what happens tonight. But I'm just dropping View off, and we are headed to, later tonight we're going to a place in the Undercity.
Oh, the Ironclad, that's right.
Yes.
Do you want me to come along?
I don't... Only if you want. You just said that you were tired, so... And
I just napped.
Well, I wouldn't hate it if you were there. Actually, I would like it very much if not having you there last night, with everything that happened at the Crimson Mask was, yeah, I'd like for you to come along.
Just one arm kind of cups the small of your back, pulls you in, and gives you a very passionate kiss, and just, I will happily be there with you and for you if need be.
Zio does this sort of like breathy kind of like deep sigh, just like stares at Isandro in like this like dreamy way, and smiles and says, Nikolai and Whistle got engaged.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will have to make
Just
them
letting you
something.
know. Yeah, just letting you know so you can congratulate Whistle. I know you both have been getting along well.
Whistle is a very good man. And he helped me see a lot when I was being a bit foolish and emotional in Iothalor, so I owe him many great thanks.
He did the same for me.
Like I said, he is a very good man.
Yeah.
Well, sort of puts his hand out, and you see his view sort of slithers around his arm, and just, I shall put you in the kitchen. And you just hear, I would absolutely love that.
That's where most of us hang out too, so you'll have plenty of us looking out the windows.
Perfect.
And then, yeah, I think that's... Sia will I guess we're like meeting back up at Larwith before we leave.
I think you guys can kind of meet up wherever. I'd say Larwith is probably going to be the closest point to it to converge upon, so making your way back there would make sense eventually. But you do, as you start to walk away, you feel a small tug on your tail as Isandro, well, I'm up now.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like to stay for just a little bit, and then I can let you leave.
Sorry,
That was insane.
Zio literally just like perks up, like there's like this shiver up their back before they remember that there's no one in the humble abode except for View.
Correct.
And then they're like, I wouldn't mind.
And as you and Asandra head upstairs, we will fade to black there. And we will pick up with Dolores and Whistle and Nikolai. You guys are walking about town. What? I was thinking about Nick, and then I said Whis, like that's a nickname, but it's not. Whistle.
I've been getting them stuck in my head tonight too.
What the fuck is going on with us?
I don't know.
Man.
We're out of practice.
We're out of practice. Well, but yes, you, Dolores, and Nikolai are making your way across the city, and you're looking for weapons. I'd say, especially with Dolores' help, it's not going to be hard to find like weaponsmiths or item shops or anything like that. I'd say go ahead and roll me a D10, and Dolores, you can as well. This will kind of decide where you're headed. The sex, horizontal tango, hanky panky, knocking boots. Correct, Cyrus. You are absolutely correct. That's what happened. Live on Known Realms Tolesh. Okay. And then what'd you get on those rolls?
Oh.
What?
You said roll a D10, right?
A D10, yep.
Yeah, 4.
4, got it. Dolores.
8.
8. Okay. Okay. You find yourself entering a spot called Zuriel's. Zuriel apostrophe S.
Apostrophe S.
Okay. And you walk in to see this older human woman with this very beautiful dark skin, these freckles, green eyes, and this kind of flowing red hair. Sleeves are rolled up, apron on her, over her blouse and trousers. And she just kind of looks, hello, welcome. How can I help you?
Whistle, this is...
Whistle and Dolores. Hello, it's good to see you again.
Howdy.
How are you?
Just fine.
Is it like this is a weapons store? Like they've got
Yeah. You
stuff
see
around?
weapons, you see armor, you see shields. Like this is a Dolores. You know this place specifically as a spot where anybody looking to replace like broken weaponry or find like weapon enhancements. This is the place that folks from the Crimson Mask would go. Zuriel, you would, no role required. You would know that she dominated the Crimson Mask in her youth and won every deathmatch she was in, and simply retired to be a smith.
Does she have like a signature move or like anything that she would do on stage? Like, was there like an honorific for like, you know, how sometimes you'll do a certain salute among different communities, or did she have like a customary thing like during her performances? Just a way that I can show respect and acknowledgement of her seniority.
As she would finish a fight, whether it was lethal or non-lethal, she would always curtsy in front of her opponent.
Okay, great.
Get like deep down into eye level to look them in the eye before she finished the job. Lou's like, ah!
Dolores will give her a little curtsy and a wink.
She'll nod and wink back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is it you're looking for?
You have any rare metals?
I have a few rare metal items. Are you looking for silver? Are you looking for adamantine, cold iron, Nyx iron? What are you looking for?
Sounds interesting.
Adamantine, yes. Adamantine is an incredible substance. If you were to craft armor out of it, enemies that could hit you pretty hard can not do so as dependably. And quite the opposite effect on the weapons. If you hit hard with it, it will only hit harder.
That sounds like exactly the sort of thing someone in the business of hitting things could be interested in.
Are you looking for what kind of weapon?
What do you have?
Well, I have longsword, a great axe, a warhammer, and a mace all made of adamantine, but I have ingots in order to craft something if there's nothing here to your liking.
Sorry. Can we see these weapons?
Absolutely. You see as she goes back, grabs the longsword, grabs the mace, and grabs the warhammer, and sort of places them in front of you. And Whistle, as these weapons are placed in front of you, there is this immediate just like this thrumming coming from them. It resonates with the rings on your back as well as Nikolai around your finger. It almost feels like just a gentle throbbing, almost as if they're calling to you to be picked up. You know, that magnetic pull of fear magneto. You know, there's this intent in it, and it's because you don't own any adamantine. You have not worked with this substance at all, so there's this call within you to reach and to take it and to know it and to understand it. But the weapons are beautiful, gleaming. It looks like a mix of silver and copper, where there is that white, bright, like silvery metal, but there are these tinges of like almost blue gold sort of blending throughout the blade, almost like an oil slick. Very beautiful weaponry.
Yeah, I think as she brings out the different weapons, you know, whichever one is there first. I think you mentioned the longsword first, so I'll go with that. As it's placed and this sensation, this resonance kind of begins to build up within Whistle, he's just going to extend a hand out, and he's not going to pick up the weapon, but he's going to kind of invite it over, kind of recognizing the resonance. And if you're cool with it, I'll have the weapon just like kind of move over towards him
without
Magneto
any issue. The weapon sort of, it's sitting in her hand, and I'll say this is the longsword. It's the last one that she's about to put down, but it levitates from her hand, and shaky at first, just places itself into your hand.
Yeah, Whistle's going to go through a couple of like quick motions with it, just, you know, feeling the balance of the blade, feeling the weight of it. Walk over and offer it to Dolores.
She'll grab it and she'll test it out, but I think I prefer this. And she just shifts her hand into something about never having to worry about dropping what I'm already imbued with. Fine weapon, though. I think it suits you.
I'm quite partial to my own weapon as well, but the material is magnificent. How much is something like this?
This sword, it'll run you about 560 gold pieces. Did you look at Lou? Like,
yeah.
And you said you had silver weapons as well.
Yes, I do have silver weapon. Are you looking? She's kind of like, she's very curious. Like, how did you do that trick? Tell me while I go look for the silver.
With metal.
You have a way with metal?
Nice.
Way to answer a question completely not answering the question.
It wasn't a lie.
No, but it wasn't the truth.
The truth is complicated.
As is everything in Ulkes. She comes out with a silver dagger. This is all I have in stock right now. But it is silver. That same magnetic resonance, that same pull to you.
Yeah. I think Whistle's gonna kind of call it over and just kind of just do like quick little fancy twirls with it in his hand before he sets it back down and asks,
How much for this one?
The dagger, 80. So altogether, 640.
Whistle's going to put the dagger down, reach over to his coin pouch.
Hold on, I'm making sure I'm right. I was right.
Reach to his coin pouch, go to touch it, and then it's very empty, and he goes,
As you're doing that, Dolores, reaches over, like, don't worry, and then puts her money on the table.
all the money?
For not all of my money. I'm just buying. Hold up.
She does. Zoriel does squint. I was just talking to Marco. I stole your accent. I apologize. I do that a lot.
You're fine.
Now I talk to.
Every time you play with a southern character.
It's such a good accent. How could I not want to yoink it, dude?
That's true.
Fuck. I miss playing Baldur so bad.
No.
Ugh. Anyway, I heard from Milo that you're in a bit of a financial spot. You sure you should be freely spending money like that?
Well, let's say I'm in the black after last night.
Yes, I heard about that too. Congratulations.
Big thanks to this guy right here. Figured I'd repay his help.
Well, as congratulations for your victory, I'll take off 200. So it'll be 440.
Thank you kindly.
I don't wish to be the person responsible for putting you back into debt, Dolores. You should be more responsible with your money.
I am in putting my money in a very wise investment. As she puts the weapons in Whistle's hands.
Yeah. You can add an adamantine longsword and a silver dagger to your inventory. I can see that. Well, it was lovely to see you again, Dolores. Whistle, it was intriguing to meet you. If you ever need anything else, come by and see me.
Thank you. Thank you. The rest of that word just completely dissolved in my mouth.
Is this
I
game?
was going to say, it didn't even line up with the camera. I was like, who's talking?
And then
Yeah. Okay.
As we're walking away, Whistle say,
Thank you, Dolores. That was very generous. This is very helpful.
happy to help. You saved my skin last night.
When you say investment, does that mean you're looking to extend our business relationship then?
I really just said it because it's a big money word, and I thought I'd get her off my case. But secondarily, that could be wise.
Well, I can't speak for everyone in our group, but you fit in well. We'd be happy to have someone like you along.
Shucks.
Keep in mind, we won't be staying in Ulkes forever.
Well, I've got a few loose ends to tie up before I do anything, and I've been kicked out of the Crimson Mask earlier today. So, Not for anything bad. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Well, I figured I could maybe go under an alias. I don't know if Milo would if I get past him or not. Guess we'll see. She just kind of like puts her hands in her pockets and was like, I'm wanting to avoid this conversation.
Understood. With that, yeah, you absolutely add those two materials, those weapons with those materials to your inventory. And we'll say everybody meet back up at Larwith.
Yep.
And is there anything else particularly that folks want to get up to in their day?
Oh,
We'll just quick kind of run through like I did this.
mhm.
So
This doesn't need to be. This got to be quick. Zio goes to the. What is the name? To pay the tuition office.
tuition office and how much do you pay?
Well, Zio wants to know what is currently. What is
She still owes
Io's
45,000 gold
Oh
pieces
my
for tuition.
god. 45,000?
Yes, sir. She's in Harvard.
She's
Out
at
of state
Harvard.
tuition.
Yeah.
Out of state tuition. Yeah.
Zio is going to give she's going to get 4,000 gold.
Okay. All right.
Does that like at least is it 45,000 up? That's just
It's a year.
for the year?
It's just for the year.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. Damn. And I am officially in three-digit numbers for my gold.
Angie's been working so hard to get rid of that fucking money, dude. There you go. Okay, so you make
And so actually 4,000 and then slides in 5 platinum.
Okay, great.
Yep.
So
just-
so 4,500.
Yeah.
Because
4,500.
a platinum is 100 gold pieces. 10.
Sounds good.
Oh, never mind. But yeah, okay. The conversion always fucks me
A
up. But
platinum is just
it's
10?
gold pieces, yeah.
Okay. I'll still
Which is fine. But yeah, you pay that, and that does payments made, so it does keep Io current. So she's good. She's good to go.
Okay.
Okay, so you do that.
I need to make a note of this. Once again, so it was 45 for the year.
45. So yep, 45 for the year, and you just pay down 4,000.
45,000. Okay.
Well, what has Dolores already helped
Oh,
with?
that's right. Yeah. So I'd say remove 10K from that.
Okay, so it's 35,000.
Yeah. 35,000.
Okay.
So
And
yeah, correct.
then so right now we are at 31,000.
Correct.
Okay.
So there you go. Yeah, thank you, Lou. Take an inspiration
Actually-
point. That's a great point.
Thank
Actually,
you.
if I gave my 5 platinum pieces, it's 30,050.
Yeah. Well, hey, there you go. I just didn't.
Right? No. 30,950.
Okay, perfect. I just didn't want to do that math. So good on you.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm a gay who counts.
They're a gay who counts. Okay, perfect. Sweet. So you get up to that button. What does Echinacea get up to?
David lifted up his finger. He go first.
Okay, David.
I just looked at the unlocking insights thing, the Soul Forge thing that lets you take on the weapon stuff. So it takes about an hour. Can I do absorb the adamantine longsword like metal for an hour, and then like imbue it into Nikolai for another hour, and spend like 2 or 3 hours doing that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Does that consume the sword, or is the sword still around?
That will consume the sword.
Okay, perfect. Just checking. All right. I eat a sword and feed it to my sword.
I eat a sword and feed it to my husband.
Yeah, I'm Mama Bird a sword.
Disgusting. Okay.
Slave.
Drop down
There's
to
a
level
sword
5.
swallower joke in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Okay, but yes, you absolutely do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Other two.
Echinacea, at some point, I think maybe while Dorlin is taking a break from casting his first cantrip and the rush of that, maybe off to like buy bonbons or something in celebration, Echinacea will look to Kaelin. Now, I know that you were researching something very personal. So if you want to talk about it now, I'm just letting you know that my ears are yours. And if you don't want to talk about it now, they're ready whenever you are.
Thank you. Things are very different. Which is to be expected. It's been almost 100 years. One of my older brothers is serving as arcane advisor to my mother. Seems to be a wizard of high renown.
Which brother?
Name. Yeah. One second. Kerrick. Kerrik. He is very capable, and he was, at least from what I saw, he was not fazed by the events of our childhood. So
How can that be?
I do not know. Everyone I knew, I saw fear. When I looked at him, he was looking for opportunities. He was well at home in our family.
I see.
So that has me shaken a little bit. Because if he wanted to find me, he could.
Starting tomorrow, then, I will prepare non-detection every day, and that will cease to be the case.
Thank you.
I will protect you, Kaelin Vryn.
I know. We promised to be each other's shields. Two of my brothers are dignitaries.
Serving to where?
One is in Josier too. And another, Tolesh.
Who and where? Where in Tolesh?
Well, Tolesh is, it's actually in the Kingdom of Calderal. King of the Under Mountains. And his name is Kaelin.
What was that?
Kaelin. Llum.
So close to your name.
He was born right before me.
Twins? What do you mean right before you?
Twins.
Kaylin. Ugh. Do you want to see him?
I think when I get home, maybe, yes.
Echinacea will kiss his cheek and just listen to everything he has learned.
Yeah.
Be present for him and just mull over, even with how much he told them back in Iothalor the first time they visited. You know, everything about his family has dribbled out slowly, and Echinacea can't help but compare it to the way that they avoided contacting Dorlan for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just this feeling of intense identification with that fear.
Yeah. And I think something else that Echinacea notices is a supreme amount of guilt. Kaelin left. He did not bring anybody else with him. There is a weight to that understanding, and that is something that is talked about between Echinacea and Kaelin. I do want to see them, but what if they don't want to see? I left them. I would not harm, I would not think ill of them for not wanting anything to do with me.
Echinacea nods slowly. That is their right. But you do not know whether or not that is true, Kaelin.
I know.
It's easy to look at someone and to plant the worst thoughts in their mind about oneself. I implore you to avoid doing so. You were a child, and you escaped a terrible place. I do not expect children to be heroes.
My mother did. And
I know
that
she did.
is where that comes from, not from you. Thank you. The other is Kalmyr, Kalmyr. And he seems to be doing well for himself in the free cities of Yita. Dealing with merchants, fending off pirates. I imagine sending money and goods back home.
And is Zendrik still in isolation, or?
Yes. Those are the only three that I could find word of. And that pain is there, just that not knowing, you know. But once we return to Tolesh, I would love to see them.
As long as we don't get in a fight tonight, because, you know, these things do happen.
Well,
But as long as I have the magic tonight, would you want me to scry on someone?
I would love that. Thank you. And I will pay for it.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. And if there's a fight, he sort of wraps his arm around them and just brings them close as like a very much a thank you, right? I think Kaelin is aware of how similar in he and Echinacea are in communicating about family and kind of the slow trickle of information. And he just, thank you for always being a safe space for me to talk about these things. And if we get into a fight, I am your shield.
We are each other's, and the PDA is absolutely
It's disgusting.
in
It's
this
gross.
space.
Yeah. You do hear somebody, disgusting!
In front of myself.
Don't yell in a library.
It's those fire Genasi from before. They're just fuming. David, that look to the camera, incredible. We might get into a fight. That happens. David just goes. And I think there, as everybody makes their way to the Ironclad at night, or wait, Dolores, did you have anything you wanted to do or no?
Because we're going pretty late at the Ironclad. So I'll try to meet.
Yeah, so you have hours.
Sophia's show's at 8, so I'm making Sophia's show.
You
And
do.
before that, I'm just fucking off. Like, I have a shitty little harmonica. My boots are up somewhere. I'm playing my harmonica. I'm fixing my tattered cloak and costume from the night before. Just like mending. Just not really addressing any of the big issues that I have. Just a little bit of avoidance, and I'll talk to my girlfriend later kind of thing. So I'll eventually, shower and show up to the show.
You make it to the show, and you are seen by Milo, and it's an immediate just, hello there. Can I get
Howdy.
you a drink?
Yes, please. She puts money on the table.
That's my girl. Puts it in his pouch. All right, there you are. The usual. Your girl starts in like 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yup.
How was your day today?
We really got to get better at this. The small talk is killing me.
Well, it'd be a lot easier if you had a job for me or a match.
You've been out of here all
Something
day.
simple.
Something simple, huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like what? What do
I
you got?
really like the idea of Milo putting on chapstick. Like,
Yeah.
something simple, man.
He's putting on his Carmax.
Great. I'm happy for him. Self-care.
Well, what do you have in mind, Dolores? Oh, you're going to make me decide. I thought that was the whole issue between you and me making the decisions.
Well, have you heard anything about the next grade?
I heard that some of the congregate soldiers are going to find themselves at the Ironclad tonight. So,
Oh, really?
if you want to learn more about that Valero lady, good place to do it is there.
All right.
David!
What?
I said congregate soldiers, and David went. Well, yeah, you could find some. I think for now, if you're really looking for work, something to do, you can mop up the front.
You know that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, that job is not good enough for you, eh?
It is not suited to my talents.
You got arms, and you got great legs that you can move with. Sweep, and then you can mop.
She checks her watch.
Oh yeah, the show's going on. Bye, Dolores. See you later. Bye.
Bye, Milo. Thank you for the drink.
You're welcome. Thank you for paying for the drink. And you you make your way down and you watch Sophia's show, and content warning for violence and gore. It is I got quiet. Oh no.
Oh no.
It is a violent, horrific mess. Sophia plays with her food. So this is a 1v1 in a very closed off 15 by 15 circular arena. And she walks up, gives an uppercut to the rib cage, just plays around. She's a pure bare knuckle boxer. She circles around the ring like a lioness about to pounce. She deals blow after blow, not to completely disable the target immediately, but to like whittle her down over time. And this target eventually goes down, and Sophia finishes it with a clean neck break after a submission hold.
How does the crowd react?
They freak out. They love it. It's the best thing they've ever seen.
Huh.
They couldn't be happier.
Can I scan the crowd? Just
give me a perception check. What are you looking for?
I don't know. Dolores has seen Sophia's horse and pony act. You know,
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, and so she's kind of used to it, but she's more interested to see what people react to, when, who's rowdy, who's apathetic. Like, she's just scanning the crowd and to see if she's noticed anyone. She's met a lot of people over the past few days, and is just trying to glean more information about this new party that she's interacted with and the people that they're involved in. So
yeah,
lots of who's it's and whatnot.
In an event like this, you're seeing a lot of familiar faces. You've seen a lot of people who you've seen before, particularly individuals that approached you guys last night after the events of the death match. You know, people, the Hobgoblin gentleman who offered everybody in the party at a separate time a sponsorship deal, and everybody turned him down. You know, he's just that guy's there. The crew of drunk young 20-somethings are there, and they're screaming, and they seem to. The crowd as a whole seems to be reveling in the slow, methodical nature of Sophia's fighting style. There is an art to a quick and flashy kill, absolutely, but breaking someone's will before you break their body, that is the thing that seems to be keeping people on the edge of their seats. Because you can see there's a moment, and they call it the fade, where that light behind someone's eyes completely goes out, and they succumb to the pressure that the opponent is putting on. So you absolutely see that. But this arena, similar to the one that you and the Faded had found yourselves in, there are VIP boxes. And you do see an older, what looks to be human woman wearing this high-collared Victorian-esque gown, this black hair with a white streak on both sides, sort of up in this tall beehive. She's wearing this green and gold sort of armored collar as she stands with two congregate guards who are wearing this like white, very Dishonored, the video game, like military dress, with a pistol and a short sword on the side as they watch. And you can see that she's not necessarily... She's not reveling in the combat for what it is. She is doing the same thing you are, engaging the crowd reaction. And you can see she takes these small notes and just sort of leans over to talk to her guards and just kind of continues to scan the crowd. There's a moment or two where you two make eye contact. And in the other box across the way, you see a man who needs no introduction for you, one Corvus Corrigan, a large, portly tiefling man wearing the most expensive three-piece suit you can ever see. Think of Kingpin from Daredevil, where he is a large, imposing figure, this slick back, kind of curled up, salt and pepper hair, a long sharp goatee with this jeweled ruby cane, sort of sitting as he just kind of leans back and laughs along with the crowd. As you can see, particularly this individual is making a lot of eye contact with Sophia directly. And you see small nods of Sophia seeming to acknowledge Mr. Corrigan.
Okay, let me check some notes things.
Yep.
Because is Corrigan the crime family that I got the...
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good.
Correct.
And then the lady that I'm looking at is the Madame Thimmelt, right? The one who's commissioning the masquerade.
It is Lady Thimmelt.
Okay. And what is she? How does she regard Corvus Corrigan?
She doesn't.
Do I notice?
She does not look in his
see.
direction. She does not offer him a moment of her time. Visually, it's very clear that even when her eye line traces toward his VIP box, she knows that he does not deserve her gaze. She very much sees herself above a crime lord like like Mr. Corrigan.
I'm also going to, because I know that I'm not really focusing on Sophia, but if I do pick up anything, I want to cast just the magical awareness. Just because after today, seeing and absorbing the elements it was today, correct? Whenever we went to the docks and helped, my mind is blanking on the name, the cousin come out of the time stasis from the rift.
Warren and Ellis?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I think...
What was the question?
That was today, correct?
That was
Or
today.
was that yesterday? Yeah. After absorbing that element, those elements becoming more in tune with knowing that there's just like magic afoot, she's also just going to, in this observant spot, open her a magical awareness just to, I don't know, out of curiosity.
Okay. Sorry, one more time. What are you looking for?
I'm just looking with a magical awareness at the arena.
You're not finding there's nothing of magical significance in the arena at this point.
And also at Corvus and Madame Tumult. At the crowd as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking up verbiage here for...
Sure thing.
Do, 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 do.
60 feet.
Do, 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 do.
No particular spell is kicking up, but you do absolutely get the ping of magical items, more so on Corrigan. But there is some on Lady Thimbled.
Okay. Cool. And then she'll just watch the rest of the performance and wait for Sophia back in the rooms unless the show ends before she needs to go. Otherwise, she would write a note.
We're getting pretty close to the time where you'd have to start making your way to the northern parts of the city. So I'd say that you're probably going to have to leave a note.
She'll catch her eye, or try to, as she's making her rounds.
Easy enough,
and blow a kiss and a wave, and then she'll leave a note saying that she'll be at the bar, telling her, the Ironclad, and cheers on the performance.
Okay.
Maybe €1 as well.
Perfect. €1. Yeah, hell yeah.
How to fascinate a woman.
Bloody hand. She blows you a kiss back. And
Great.
You absolutely make your way out. Alrighty. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take our first break here. Break time, gamers! All right. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. We've missed being with you all, and we are so happy to be back with these characters. We will see you all in about 10-ish minutes. Goodbye.
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 All right.
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Aosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishror, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishur grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself racing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Zeo, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Mage's Arcana members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sur and Echinacea, the group, now known as the Fated, took shape. Charged by Ishur with the investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Driften with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fae King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sur's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unallied pantheon, Ruin's Eye. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishur's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishur was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishur founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy, who gifted her a vial of the Death Hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the Death Hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The Death Hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whitmore, beloved of Sur, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucian Whitmore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining two families into one, learning that Ishur faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiva home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Izradan. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Zio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, when they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Zio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Zio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck. with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Zio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Zio through the wisdom of Halides, the Vacron Air primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Zio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halides believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Zio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Zio learns Isterus's goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Zio severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Zio, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Zio was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Zio has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Zio's death and resurrection, Halides awakens Zio's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Zio grappled with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Zio found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Zio found himself drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Zio has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Alma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Zio travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
you. Pull up your pants, Zio.
They can see and hear you. Pull up your pants, yo.
Alrighty, so the party is going to converge at the Humble Abode to discuss the research. And she's like, what if I ate glass?
The research.
Discuss the research.
What if I had glass? Actually, yeah.
But yeah, you are all in the same location, properly dressed, and ready to talk about the research that you guys had conducted before heading to the Ironclad. And it's yours. Goodbye.
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 Bye. Yeah. So yeah, I think Whistle will be hanging out in the kitchen with the new adamantine windwraith. Everybody is just kind of like regrouping, right?
Zio will go into the kitchen and where are you sitting? Are you like in the little coffee nook or
Yeah,
just like...
probably in the coffee nook.
Okay. You know what? I think Zio will begin to do afternoon coffee. They did morning coffee, now they're going to do afternoon coffee.
I'll take a cup as well.
Yeah. There is a lot I have to share with you about stuff that I learned, specifically with Kata and Vendrick.
Likewise.
I think Zia will Zia will just like share, but they'll focus specifically on like the stuff with the cragworms. And because of course there's the stuff with the tranquil, but specifically focusing on the stuff with like the cragworms. There's also something in her writing where the Tetheriums, where I don't think they were just initially created to with a focus in mind to help the tranquil. I think the tranquil came after she had thought about the idea of creating something like the Tetheriums, and there's a lot of focus on using them as a shield, not a weapon. A lot of that type of language. And I know I know there's this kind of there's this faded connection that you have to Lord Vendrick, and some of the stuff I read in there is a little bit scary. But I was thinking about you a lot while reading it, just because, I don't know, you've been focused on protecting us, and it felt so... That Vendrick felt so different from the person that you are. And I don't know, it just feels like you're in the right path, at least based on what I read.
Thank you, Zio. Being on the right path is something I'm often concerned of. As for Vendrick and his connection with me, it runs deep. You saw he took control of my body at one point. I don't know what power he possesses over me, but I do know that supposedly we share a soul. Vendrick is a complicated character, though. based on our research, he was quite critical in restoring the Divanthier Empire before its fall.
I'm just going to kind of go through, and I think we're just having this conversation in the kitchen if whenever Echinacea hops in or anything, but yeah, so we'll kind of go through, you know, what he found about like Vendrick's timeline, kind of rising the ranks through the military, connecting with the guy who would eventually kind of turn the empire around before it inevitably fell. And say, you know, just explain that Vendrick's ambitions, it seems, when it came to the cragworms, you know, seemed to ultimately be his undoing.
Echinacea is leaning quietly against the door frame to the kitchen, listening to this sort of overview. And they'll just nod at Whistle. As I understand it, Vendrick started his life as a physician, as a surgeon. That same instinct to preserve and protect is what led him to warfare. And that perhaps his undoing was pursuing the blade to its fullest and preserving notions of us versus them with the cragworms, rather than forming alliances.
Keeping the balance.
Seeing life as us, instead dividing lives into us versus them, is something I would like to pursue. Protecting life writ large, rather than sowing divisions and pursuing violence.
Whistle's nodding along it quite enthusiastically with that.
There was also mentions of the cragworms, and I think you also might have found information on that, but they were called Shapers, and in my reading in Kata's journals, she called them protectors of the natural world. And do you think they'd be all gone?
Well, I think that depends on what we believe happened during the fracture. One second. The fracture was the split of the Aeotian supercontinent.
The second lashing. It was with the second lashing.
Those are not the same event. No,
they're not the same.
The fracture is where the empire and the world as it was known ended.
Split.
The second lashing was the event that pushed Kata to pursue creating the Tetheriums, seeing the chaos surges wipe out life, and that's the second lashing that.
Okay.
For you, Angie, Helitis and Isterus witnessed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. I apologize.
No, that's okay. It's a lot. It is a lot to contain. You are so good, Stinkerbutt.
So, the fracture.
Yes, a select few Shapers declared the fracture to be a victory over the Divanthier Empire. And a mass, a large floating landmass, was said to have broken away and turned into the floating continent of Itish. So it seems possible to me that there could be cragworms on Itish. Shapers.
Certainly anything's possible. Powerful creatures.
Just if we were to find them, I think that would be the place. Unless I'm missing something. There's quite a bit to read.
Yeah. Also, speaking of the floating continent, Halitus has been gone, and he'll be back. I don't know if by tonight, but he has been flying around. I'm curious. You didn't say anything about visiting the floating continent. But I did want to talk to him a little bit more about the second lashing and his time with Kata. But I'm just curious in regards to the crabworms also, because of apparently they were created by Ios also, and since you were correct, Ios did create what was it? I know you and
That.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
what was that, Alec? Ios is the progenitor dragon, and perhaps the progenitor phoenix, it seems. And yes, the creator of the cragworms and the icons, including the Blade Brother and the Maiden of Blades. Did a lot of making himself.
I also saw that he was potentially the creator of the Alloyborn.
Yes.
There's so many connections and threads. Like Zia just sort of like, oh.
Just
At the moment.
"Ow!"
There's still
What
so
a
much.
mystery.
There's still so much to understand. I'm trying to piece some things together, but I did want to discuss with you all that I may, and I'll be talking to Alitis about this as well, but I may reach out to Isteris. I think with a little bit more studying and understanding of information, maybe going over your own notes and what you learned, I could have some form of leverage against him. Well, not against him. I'm conflicted because I know he's dangerous, but with what Kaletra and Glacier are planning, I think it's might be in our best interest to warn him.
What warning would you wish to give?
Well, that Kaletra, Glacier, and Alma they're all trying to kill him and Halitis so that they can destroy the current. But if I'm not mistaken, the current can't be destroyed if if they all disagree. I don't know.
I don't pretend to know either, but if you think that Isteris could be an ally in protecting the current, then I trust your judgment.
Guys,
I don't want to count Isteris as an ally. Not yet, at least. I don't know or understand enough about him and about the way that
he's gone about things lately. I just know that it's not right for the current to be destroyed. And it's not right for it to only belong to one person either. And if whatever Helitis has told me and what I've read so far is true, then there has to be some reasonable piece of him. Someone that I could potentially reach out to.
Do you know why? Do you know why his perspective shifted?
No.
Given that he had worked with the Divanthyr Empire and Kata.
That's the big question. I know it was after the second lashing. And he just let an entire city crumble, an entire people, lives, just let them die and did not allow Helitis or himself to do anything about it. There's something that changed, and I think if I look a little bit more into it, into what we've gathered, I might have the start of a question, a line of questioning, to be able to get him to open up.
Maybe this conversation with Muse won't just enlighten Whistle then.
I do find it, and Zia will look at Whistle and just kind of offer him a small smile, and there's this moment of it's a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts that happened within a fraction of a glance of a history between Zio and Whistle and their family and their connection to the Isles and their connections to Whistle's with the Iron Legionnaires. But then also this sort of all of this information that they've recently learned about Kata with the Tranquil, but also the Divanthyr's connection to the natural world, not just with the idea of progress, but with trying to create a balance with one another. And I think there is a sensation in Zio where it truly feels like he was fated to meet Whistle. And that it might have started with his father, but now it's sort of coming to a climax with,
Oh my gosh.
jail.
I just went.
But yeah, there's all these thoughts, and then they look at Whistle and just smile and say, I read that Kata apparently was known to be naive and didn't know how to make some decisions sometimes. Felt a sort of a kinship there for a moment, and it feels It feels right that we're here together at this time. So,
That's right.
whatever happens with Muse and the Alloyborn, and whatever future there is in regards to metal and nature, I'm looking forward to standing by your side and seeing what happens.
Thank you, Zio. I'm proud to call you my ally. And I believe in the future that you see. And I just want to do my part to protect you and make that a reality.
Azia will give like a little side hug to Whistle.
Whistle does like the barest nudge back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's too cool to hug. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. And with that, unless there's anything else, you guys meet outside of Larwith, all four of you. And Sandra's coming. Kaelin is coming. You invited Sophia, correct, Dolores?
Mm-hmm.
She comes along.
boy.
Oh no.
And then
A powder keg.
and then Casimir is going to stay
Nothing can
at
go
the
wrong.
Dorlin is intent on staying at home and studying, being a wizard.
Takes a lot of work.
Casimir has offered to tutor. Dorlin has declined, but he will stay at the humble abode and with Uldiel make sure that Dorlin is protected. Anaris is acting as bodyguard as well. So we've got a Knight of the Winter Court, a once tortured
Former Iron Legionnaire.
former Iron Legionnaire. We got Dorlin's well protected.
And Princess Baby.
And
Yeah.
Princess Baby. Yeah. And
Echinacea kisses them both on the cheek goodbye. They kiss Uldiel on the cheek goodbye too, and then they look at Anaris with a questioning look. And they kiss his cheek and then run out the door with everyone
no
else.
facial reaction, just a nod in acceptance. Like
Did Anaris
Smooches
lean
quickly.
into?
yeah, lean down
You
into
had to lean very far down to get it.
Dragonborn
Very cute.
Echinacea.
Cheeks smooshed, they'll run out.
Cheek smooshed.
Present your cheek, sir.
Io and Declan are coming.
We get Declan.
Get Declan. So we got a full crew. But Declan does look. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you. He's. You imagine that this is what a 20-something thinks dressing up looks like. It's not good. It's really bad. He tried. He's kind of wearing like a normal button up with a bow tie, but the sleeves are rolled up. There's no jacket. He's wearing trousered like work or suspendered workman's pants with big boots. He kind of looks like he's about to enroll in clown school.
Echinacea goes to fix his bow tie, and they make it like they will like glamour it with minor illusion, just make it like a thinner band and like a more. They're making this into like more of a like rustic look.
Yeah.
Because it has all the fixings of rusticness. I think he
It
just
does.
tried a little too hard with the accessories, and they're
Yeah.
like. And they just minor illusion it, and they're gonna focus on that for as long as they can.
And his hair is down. It is no longer up and messy. But he does say, have any of you been to the Undercity before? Thank you, Echinacea. I appreciate it. He's talking as you're like focusing and like just trying to.
They're actually, their arms are like, you're so tall. That's okay.
Not us.
Dolores.
How has Echinacea been in the deep past?
In the deep past, yes, Echinacea has been to the Undercity with Thandaril and Lorien. There are specific nightclubs that the trio had gone to, and there were also really great markets for dungeon delving equipment.
Given my experience with the things I expected, I know what was there half a century ago.
I am not going to assume I know anything about this place.
Yep.
And Dolores, have you ever been to the Undercity?
She had been giving freaking sorry, Finn is needing lots of attention. She had been giving Declan like this kind of look at the outfit because is this like a nicer event? Like, why is he
No.
dressing up? Are we all like at a okay, he's just okay. So she's
I
just
know.
like
I know why.
disgust unmasked. But like a cheeky level. Like, okay. And she's just like, yeah. I've been around. She's in like all black, duster, hair up. She's like looking especially smoky tonight. She's going through a phase. That's all.
She is the moment.
Are we dressing up? Were we supposed to dress up?
No. I think here's my theory. Io asked him and he thought it was a date.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Whistle's gonna. You know what? Whistle's going to ask out loud then, looking at Declan. He's gonna go.
Are we supposed to dress up?
Everyone just like
Everyone looks around.
Io is the first person. I didn't think so. And Declan just goes, no.
Declan, you look very, very handsome.
Thank you.
Zio is going to pinch his sister's arm.
What? Ow! Fuck off! Why?
Doesn't Declan look very handsome tonight?
Yes.
He looks okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
Listen, you're looking at two very autistic kids, and she's seen him in better outfits. She likes the casual look far more than this broke ass formal look.
Oh my god.
She's just being honest.
It's gonna be a hell of a first date for these guys.
Zio is going to pull Io. It's like, can I have a word with you?
You already are. Would you like another?
Okay. Yeah, in private.
Yeah, what?
Or
What?
like, come over here, step into my office. What did you tell him?
That we were going out tonight to the Ironclad.
Yep. Okay. So you told him that you were going out tonight?
Yes, we, apparently the 9 of us.
Nice.
So did you tell him that anyone else was going?
I said, hey, Declan, if you're interested, we're going to the Ironclad tonight if you want to come. The structure of my sentence dictates that use of we includes people outside of myself initially.
However, I think maybe, I don't know, this is not your fault. I'm not saying it's your fault.
It sounds like you're saying it's my fault.
No. I'm trying to.
You're trying to make it sound like it's not my fault?
No. I'm trying to make you view it in the way that he could potentially have taken it.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Shit.
So, you said we are going out tonight.
No.
He probably thought we, as in you both.
Okay, well, shit.
It wasn't we. There was no we, Zio, everyone else, blah, 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 blah. He probably thought we, Io and Declan, we.
Understood. So he's okay. Yep, got it. Uh-oh. Should I ask him to leave?
No.
If it's not what he thinks it is, why is he going to be here?
Is that
You asked me to bring him. I'm confused.
You know what? You're right. Bad on me for asking you to bring him like this.
You know what?
But
My fault.
you know what? You're right. You know, I'll
give
take
you
accountability
that
for that.
one.
I'll get. But you like him, don't you?
That has
I mean, I see
nothing to
the-
do with the current situation. Yes, I like.
Sweetie, it's a yes or no.
That was cleric Echinacea coming out. Just be like, just yes or no,
Yeah.
dude. I do. I don't want him to have the wrong impression.
Why would it be the wrong impression?
Because this isn't a date. But maybe we can make it a date. Okay.
Exactly. So, if
Even
the reason, if we're thinking about making it a date, I just want to make sure that you're in the same page with that, because he probably thinks so. So if we, I don't know, leave you guys alone and push you in certain directions, are you going to be uncomfortable
No.
with any of that? Okay.
No,
So-
I think he's very sweet. And very
Okay.
nice. And does this office have a changing room?
Does this? Ooh, okay, I want to see real quick if I have anything. I don't think I have anything.
I don't think you do that have anything that
No.
Metagaming Pigeon, you have a hat of disguise.
Oh.
I do have a hat of disguise. Thank you
Where'd
so
that
much,
pigeon come
Metagaming.
from?
Caw, thank you, Caw. Then Zio pulls out from the bag of holding this little tricorn and puts it on, and it's like, just think of however it is that you want to look.
You see as she starts to create something that's a little like really gaudy, and then she's like, reel it back, remembering what he looks like right now. and so you see as she creates kind of a matching outfit with the overalls, a blouse that's kind of unbuttoned once or twice, a little bit. The hat's kind of now this sort of like tilted to the side messenger's cap, and she has these big gloves on. She looks like that character from Atlantis. What's her name?
And it's like,
Aubrey?
Aubrey.
yeah,
Audrey?
and
What's her name?
Audrey.
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 And it's
Wow.
like, okay, this is and Zio's like, huh, and in their mind they're thinking like, you know what, I didn't think this is what my sister thought would be like a date outfit, but
What's
So
Declan's
cute.
reaction?
I will say, give me an
Yeah, they
insight
come-
check.
I want to do this too. Echinacea watched
David,
a
you getting in
costume
on this?
change happen. No, I'm
David's
using
like,
I'm
no.
using a fucking
Whistle doesn't know this
inspiration.
stuff.
I hate my dice are being so mean to me.
What'd you get?
No. No.
I got a
No.
16.
16.
Ooh.
Zio.
6 total.
Zio is focused on his sister, so he hasn't had a chance to
It's
really
okay,
take a.
Echinacea, because Kalen sort of points you over. He points it out because he got an 18. Just, would you look at that? Declan is bright red. He kind of stands up super straight, and he just kind of puts. At first, his arms are kind of put behind his back. He doesn't think that looks proper, so he puts them in his front, and he smiles and just kind of looks at her, and then looks away, and then looks at her, and then rubs his face.
Tanisha lifts the message ring, the coil to their finger. Tell her she looks beautiful.
You look beautiful, Io. And Io just
His voice cracks.
Io curtsies in overalls and then goes and loops her arm around Declan's and just says, "We should show them the Undercity." And Declan just, "Yes, we should."
I love how we're wanting to learn about the marginalization of an entire people, and we're also going to get information on that, and also
We can multitask.
leading a first date. Like,
David said it earlier in the meeting. He's like, "This is gonna be one hell of a first date." Okay,
They're gonna remember this for the rest of their lives.
yeah,
yeah, they are. Okay, so
dancing through life. Just kidding.
you guys move forward as Declan and Io lead you guys to this small little. You see initially, because as we discussed, you have to be underground. So there is a sewer grate that is lifted up, and they just go, "Everyone."
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, and there's a ladder attached, so you're easily able to like climb your way down. But as soon as you get down there, you see like a lift system. So you see one that goes down and one that is stationary and that will go down. One that is stationary that will go down, and another one that will come up for the next person who wants to go down. It's like an old hotel lift, but you see it there, and Declan just looks, "All aboard." You can hear like the whirring and chiming of distant machinery as the Undercity is full of technology and life, and you guys just need to take a quick 5-10 minute lift ride to get there.
How busy is it? It's like pretty late at night, right?
It's getting quite busy now. Yeah.
Okay.
So, as we're coming down, what is this, like an open sort of lift where like we can see out into what the Undercity looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's just to visualize it. Is it like small, like just sort of like these?
It's the Undercity is definitely much smaller than Ulkes proper. It looks to be a carve out of that central point of the city. As if you guys are all getting on a trolley and heading down.
You said they're open?
Yeah.
Echinacea's gonna fly outside of it.
Okay, you do so. You absolutely do so. Just as you guys begin to descend, you are able to see the central area that is meant for these lift systems to descend down, but this outer ring making up the Undercity. You see lined rings of living, like residential housing. You see like a market ring. You see a business ring. You see just each level down. It's almost kind of built like a honeycomb, where there are these different sections off where you are able to make your way down. You can stop at any level you'd like, but you can see people kind of similar to you, Echinacea. If they're not making a lift, some people have like the items that give them the ability to fly, so they're kind of zooming between rings. You see other people like waiting for these lifts. There are these like very small replications of like trolley rails that go around to each ring and sort of move up this like spirally track all the way up to the top. It is a completely functioning small city here.
Wow. I think Zio is like on the edge of the trolley, kind of like looking out. I can only assume that like Issandra's right there next to him.
Yeah,
so like
absolutely.
their tails are just like coiling with each other as they're both staring out. And Zio's like pointing at things.
Perfect. Okay. And you guys make your way down, and we will actually take our last break here because Lou's got to take her dog out.
Puffer says time to go.
Mama, I gotta poop.
Right.
All right, so we'll be
Let's
back
get out of there.
in about 10 minutes, and then we will arrive at the Ironclad. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kalekirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Coliata. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one the night Echinacea met their husband, Lorien Belnades Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Aldengate revealed that Lorien did battle against Coliata upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corberay controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vildraven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucian Whitmore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince, Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Coliata's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthyr, Echinacea finally faced the Vildraven. In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vildraven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucian Whitmore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corberay, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Harvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sivaholm catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandrin, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Coliata from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandaril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthier tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Drukamesh. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission, tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome. Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Alloyborn and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel, Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Zeo that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sivahome, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sivahome catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former draconic master. Days after retreating from Sivahome, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. Archie affirmed that Whistle is a protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
hit the
Why?
wrong screen. I was like, they can see. Shit.
Where?
Welcome back. Hello,
When?
everybody. Okay, so shut up. So everybody is making their way down, and are you guys headed directly to the Ironclad?
Yeah, right. Unless
Okay,
We're doing a cool.
just checking.
Welcome to the playground
Yeah.
montage.
You guys are shooting an arcane music video.
This is kind
Yeah.
of like a seedier part of town, though, right? And it is
Yeah.
late at night.
Yeah, a bit.
All right, yeah. Whistle's gonna stay like super vigilant for like pickpockets or anybody messing with us.
Sophia,
David.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no,
You
Sorry.
first. You started talking first. Go ahead.
you said vigilant, and Alec let me invent something. So I think as soon as like this vigilance shows on Whistle's face, you walk past this shop called Vigilant Vogue, and all of the clothing within it has these very minor enchantments on it. And as Whistle walks by, his eyes like darting this way and that, just keeping abreast of the entire space. Echinacea is glued to the window, the opposite, not like looking at their surroundings at all, but just staring in the window. And there's this sudden memory of buying a dress with Thandoril, the pink dress that they started this adventure in. And as they tried it on, Thandril's explaining that though it looks very like floofy and like kind of exposed, it has this minor enchantment to keep away the cold. It doesn't give them cold resistance, but they could wear it to somewhere like the Winter Court and not be chilled. And Echinacea remembers flying out of the Winter Court in that dress and is just mesmerized by the shop window.
That's awesome.
You specifically hear the voice of Thandoril in your mind as you kind of relive this memory, just saying, "Though I can see the parts of you that I adore, you will always be warm."
They flush. This is very generous. I hope I get the chance to wear it.
That dress is quite generous, and I hope you get to wear it too.
Tonight.
Tonight. And tomorrow night, and the night after that, and we'll see what happens. But yes.
That dress is never gonna get worn. It's gonna be on the floor.
It's
yeah,
gonna be
it lives
warm.
on the floor.
It made it from the store to the floor.
Yep. Yeah.
Exactly.
But- absolutely. And what was that
Yeah.
name for me?
Vigilant Vogue.
Oh, alliteration. Love it.
Right?
John Vogue. Okay.
Seeing Echinacea stop, whistles, and like lingering at the storefront. You said it's like old and boarded up.
I imagine that Alec, that's up to you. Is it boarded up?
No, it's open. People are coming in and out of there, buying dresses, and dresses that look. I think this rings out specifically to Zio and Whistle as they saw Echinacea in those gowns, but they look a lot like the dresses that Echinacea was wearing before the events of Illenbell when they changed, and they are definitely updated. The neckline is a bit higher on the sides and lower in the center, so it's a bit more modern, a bit more teasy. There are different variations where it is it's sleeveless. There are some with just the poofy shoulders versus the entire poofy sleeve. There are ones with like slit versions in the front and slit versions in the back. Like there are a lot of variations, but I mean it's striking, an array of colors.
Get your eye.
Just a dream of the past. And Echinacea will minor illusion along the glass of the window looking in, the scene of Thandoril helping them lace up that dress as they look at it in the mirror. And you can see, just for an instant, the Echinacea of half a century ago looking the same as they do now, with just fewer scars and a bigger smile. Yeah, in the briefest memory flitting across the glass.
Very happy.
I perhaps had more faith in myself than was warranted.
That dress was ruined back in Illenville. Would you want to get a new one?
Maybe when we're not heading somewhere important. Maybe we'll come back.
Immediately, he immediately looks at Kaylin.
Well,
Somewhere important is probably the perfect time to break out a new dress.
What do you think? Kaylin, who has been in the lift, sort of very, very lovingly watching Echinacea and I think understanding, especially with the image that was created of that memory, you guys all see as these red pinprick stars form as he uses his Steps of the Night ability. It is night. He is able to walk on stars. As he approaches you, Echinacea puts his arm out. I don't think a quick pit stop would hurt anyone.
I think
Well, if
very
I do so
food-
myself. Oh, pardon.
No.
You would certainly earn Muse's respect showing up, looking.
That's
She
very
just
true.
wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, and Dolores is horny. Sophia, in a similar sapphic, horny nature. Yes, Muse would really enjoy it. Just Muse.
Wait, so then Declan was right all along. We needed to dress up.
No dressing up.
I was right. Io just sort of pulls him close. Yes, you were.
Whistle, being the completely oblivious person that he is, goes,
It is a date.
The two autistic kids blush as they're just. So you guys take a pit stop at the Valiant Vogue, or the Vigilant Vogue.
Yeah. Vigilant Vogue.
You stop in,
Because
and
the clothing is vigilant.
the clothing is vigilant. I love that.
you clock that outfit when someone's.
Yeah. I will say, do you have a proprietor in mind, Echinacea?
Yeah, a tiefling named Vanity.
Wow. Vigilant Vogue. Yes.
Very good. At this point, very old. Masked Femme, AFAB, AMAB,
Indeterminable.
indeterminable. You see this elderly man, very well sculpted, long horns, bright red eyes of luminous gold, as he steps forward, leaning very heavily on a cane and just new friends, old friends. Dr. Belrose, it has been too long. Tips a very dutiful top hat in your direction.
Do you remember me, Vanity?
I remember everyone who leaves with my favorite pieces, and you left with a dress that I made with so much love.
Well, we have returned to see other pieces you love, if you are willing to part with them.
As long as my creations make it to a home of warmth, I am happy to see them go. Now, it is wonderful. It looks at Kaylin, and who is this? Looks at all of you. What a handsome group you have come to me with.
Thank you. And what it for Echinacea, they'd probably know. What's the price range here?
It's actually it was so reasonable that Echinacea and Fandoril tipped heavily.
Okay,
Because
awesome.
there's an understanding in the Undercity that a lot of people down here are not very well-to-do. And people come in from the sections of the city that are not very well-to-do. Because this is a much more accessible community to hey, let's go to the bar. A lot of people say from Westgate, if they're looking to have a time that they can afford and not put themselves out, they will go to the Undercity. And especially for the work that Vanity does, it's well worth the triple the price that he charges.
Well, we are all here to make an impression at the Ironclad.
A good place to make good first impressions.
That's what I'm saying.
And Echinacea will sponsor a quick makeover before we head to the Ironclad for anyone who wishes to partake.
Okay, I will accept that only if you all tell me what you picked.
Outfit change.
Outfit change.
I know mine.
Hell yeah.
David, you want to go first?
Yeah, I've got mine locked in.
And this might actually be a perfect time. Oh, my sound tail's not updated. I'm gonna.
Oh no.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It's gonna be very much like Noctis from Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah!
The final outfit.
Oh, that fucking rips.
The like suit, but still has like a fantasy half ape in layers. But where Noctis's was black and with like gold fittings and trimmings, Whistle's will be white with like black clasps and fittings.
Hell yeah.
And then it kind of matches now the metal on the Wind Wraith, since it's been updated to adamantine. It's got that same kind of white silvery metal that Alec described earlier, the one that's like all like oily and stuff. Yeah, so that's Whistle.
Let's go. All right. Inspiration point for the outfit. Who's next?
I think Zio is Zio's going to pick out because I know Echinacea's dress was like very like flouncy is not the right type of word, but it was very
It's the right word.
Flouncy. Yeah. So I feel like there's a lot of gathering, there's a lot of like pearls, there's a lot of like ruffles in what Vanity creates. That's like what I am envisioning.
It's incredibly like high fantastical princess attire. It's
yeah.
Yeah.
I can almost see that the people, when they come to the Undercity, and considering that this clothing is very beautiful but also very manageable, it almost becomes like a oh, let's stop here, get dressed, and then go have a night.
Exactly.
So for Zio, the colors are going to be there. It's still going to remain in like a teal, and blue and purples, with just like the hint of gold. It's going to be a long shift that goes up to the neck, and there is like a little bit of ruffles, and a little bit of just this kind of like fine draping over the. I'm trying to like describe it, but like a shawl almost that they wear around, but the back is open, so like it latches at the back of the neck, and then there's like a big opening that shows off their tattoo, and the has kind of like a cinched waist, and then tight pants with of course like a fancy like opening for their tail, and these high kind of princely knee-high boots.
Hell yeah. Inspiration point for that outfit. Dolores Echinacea.
I can go if you want Echinacea's new choice to
I'm plotting. Yeah.
be a surprise. Yeah. Dolores doesn't want to stick out too much as someone dressing gaudily in the Undercity. Not to just be like, I don't know, she just wants to be light on her feet. But she does spy a dress that is corseted, and the boning is like the channels are very Art Deco reminiscent, like with the lines. So they're very like slim lined, and it goes pretty low down her hips. And it's this dark, like very saturated magenta maroon color, like deep wine. with like very subtle metallic thread. It's not very noticeable, but in like shifting light and movement, you can tell of the detail. And then it's just a soft like, chiffon. It's off the shoulder, like kind of fluttery sleeves and a very high slit on the side with her Vivanthier leg enhancement. So very much like on display her arm and her leg, and just snatched to the heavens.
Snatched.
That's her.
Okay.
Echinacea will find a piece that sort of marries where they were the last time they were here with where they are now. I'm imagining that like it is very like cinched at the waist, like it's almost like an overcoat that you can pull over the corseted look that they're wearing now. But the like showy portion of it is this rose embroidered brocade. It's like an off the shoulder piece that meets in the center in a deep V. That is again very slim fit, but then it has these like slashed puff sleeves that the strips of which also carry that like rose embroidery, and then they cinch very tightly at the wrist where their gauntlet or their bracer is that Lucian made. And it sort of marries the patterning, the rose patterning on that with it. And though it is pink on the outside, the interior is the pale blue of twilight when the moon first comes out. And it's just speckled with the faintest like embroidery of stars in the like just the brightest stars that shine through before the sky gets dark. And that's on the interior that sort of flares out when they walk.
Take the inspiration point for the fit change. Okay. Io, kind of following very similarly to Dolores, will pick something that's a bit asymmetric and a bit Art Deco. So she has this sort of like metallic dress that really corsets tightly around the waist. Off of the hips, it fans out into these like geometric square shapes. The right side sort of comes up a bit. It's very like Met Gala, like postmodernist, you know, looking. It's this bright gold with these sparkles within. Declan picks a pretty classic black suit with these gold trim lines to kind of follow suit with Io here. He also has this gilded shoulder plate with a half capelet that sort of drapes over his shoulder. Sophia decides that the dress is completely sheer. You can see literally everything. It is just this like delicate haze of green and sparkle as it fits perfectly around everything. And she spends her entire life tending to this beautiful body she has created. She wants people to see it. She does not hide that from anybody. Isandro is a very beautiful collection of robes, almost looking kind of like a gi if it were dressed up and maybe a bit more ceremonial. The left side hangs off of the shoulder, showing bare midsection and pectoral, showing off the tattoos that he has collected over his time. And there is a bit of a scarf shawl similar to Zio's that sort of wraps around the chest and midsection. Kaelin's look is actually a kiss of Zendrixian fashion, where he has this very high-collared shirt that is dark black with the silver trim on the inside, with this very tight vest that almost like looks. God, where's my example? There we go. Your Honor, I got too many examples. Help me. Excuse me. But there is a long like dress coat that hangs off of his shoulders, and on the inside, similar to yours, Echinacea, are stars in the night sky. Very delicate trousers, as well as a very classic boot. But the motif is very much black and silver here tonight for Mr. Kalen Vryn. I'll be dropping examples, but...
You look dashing.
I feel dashing. That one's Kalen. This is very Asandro, except tit exposed.
Of course.
I'm gonna be honest right now. I'm only
You're
looking at
your
your
titties
titties
right now, yeah. But yes, that is what you guys have as you prepare to enter the Ironclad. Vanity, after all of this, just, and you all look beautiful. Oh, wow. I have half the mind to send you out of here no charge with how good you look.
No.
I kid. I remember you like to pay people more than they ask for.
I'm glad. And they will pay whatever he is asking.
He is asking only for 400.
That's crazy.
They will pay double that because that is crazy.
That is too kind. Oh, fine. Since you pay double, half off of your next time here.
I will not hold you to it, but thank you
I
nevertheless.
figured as much. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Vanity.
Thank you. All right. Beautiful. All right. And you guys make your way to the Ironclad.
CEO's being very,
Very normal.
very normal.
Got it.
Like, I can't look. Face.
I'm way too horny to
Like-
talk to this woman right now.
It's Zio is and I feel like everyone will notice like they get very excited about seeing everybody, and then when they finally see Sandra, like their entire demeanor shifts to just like error.
Echinacea having a very similar experience with Kaylin, and is like their wings keep lifting them a couple inches above the ground. They're also being very very gay over both Sophia and Dolores. Just wow.
Those are some good looking whamming.
Oh my god.
Okay.
When Nikolai has his body, we should bring him back and also get him some fancy outfits.
Yes.
I would like that very much. Many fashionable outfits.
If I recall, you had quite a collection.
I dressed very well when I was live. But
All right, let's go.
yeah, you guys make your way. You arrive to the Ironclad, which you guys can see there's not as much of a line to get in tonight. It seems that some of the other clubs have a more energetic atmosphere, but there is a gentle light emitting from the Ironclad as you see a couple Warforged individuals make their way in. And we can shoot over to the map.
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 Oh yeah.
And here is the Ironclad. The space is very warm. It's very delicate. You can see the mix of gears and metals, and you can hear the whirring of all of the technology and transit happening outside.
This is so pretty.
But yeah, you guys, you make your way in, and you can absolutely. You see an array of Warforged individuals. You see an array of. You see what look to be 3 hexers in the top portion up here. You see a human woman conversing with a Warforged individual, and you see others just sort of enjoying the space.
So it's fairly small then.
Yeah.
It's not as
It's not a
intimate.
huge space. Yeah.
Mhm.
Very intimate.
Mm-hmm.
As we walk in, do any of like the Warforged in the room, bouncers? Is anyone like? I'm assuming like someone's taking notice, but Whistle's looking to see if anyone like really lingers and watches us as we're like entering.
Give me a perception check.
You got it.
Yeah.
And you do see a Warforged individual enter. Good evening. Welcome to the Ironclad. Could I have your names?
Inspiration.
Wow, what a beautiful name.
Inspiration.
No, no.
Echinacea?
Echinacea, pleasure.
Mother, no.
Mother,
That's
no.
a 7, a 9, and then a 1.
Damn.
I'm gonna say I'm done spending.
Can
I'm not spending my last inspiration on that. It's cursed. I'm not meant to know.
can I try doing an insight check?
Yeah, your perception.
I know
check,
with
maybe?
like our with perception check, just like with our
Mhm.
previous conversation
Yeah.
about like the stuff regarding the Alloyborn and our studying. I feel like
Absolutely.
Zio is
I'll
also very
say you
invested
can.
in-
Yeah, you can absolutely give me a perception check here.
our perception. I'm also gonna roll inspiration.
Hey.
That's what I'm talking
Okay,
about.
that's a little bit better. That's an 18.
Okay. You do see as the this woman, who is this very beautiful South Asian woman with this brown black hair that's sort of braided up, and 2 separate braids are sort of running down the shoulders. She has this metal framework sort of accessorizing her dress. It's sort of wrapped around her shoulder and wraps around her waist and even goes down to her thighs and knees. But she seems to linger particularly on you 3, or your group. There are a lot of you. There are only 3 on the map. That's why I said 3. But I would say, just a lot of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
And then the group up top, you said an 18?
Yes.
There looks to be a man in hexer gear who is particularly taking a peek at Whistle.
I think Zio's going to lean into Whistle and just very quietly just say, "Man at the top in hexer clothes, staring at you." Yeah. And then with the lady, I think Zio would probably incorrectly, who knows, because I don't know what she's thinking, but I think the way that Zio takes her gander at her full group is like, look at these tourists.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just coming into my bar.
Yeah.
Patron who's very possessive.
But I imagine you guys all give your names and such.
Yeah.
Oh
Are
yeah,
they-
Warforged came up.
Yep.
Yeah, Whistle's gonna say
Whistle for Coda.
That's what
Echinacea goes-
Nikolai does.
Aloud.
Yeah.
We all.
Gasp. They all take it down. Nikolai goes, "Oh my god, really? Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, I don't have a last name.
You do now."
I do now.
The Warforged bouncer just, You can take a seat at the bar, or there's seating in our upper balcony portion up top.
Should we be bold? Should that be our
Okay.
strategy?
Go to the top.
I was gonna say we can tell just quick above table. We could just tell the bouncer, the guy who just took our name, just tell Muse we're here.
Did we have did we have anything that we were supposed to tell Muse? Like, who originally was the one that told us about going to visit Muse?
The headmaster.
The headmaster. Was there any, like,
No message you had to
code word
send.
or anything? No.
No, just say that
Okay.
you're interested in talking to Muse.
Yeah, what do you guys think? We'd like that approach?
I think if we had been walking in beforehand, Echinacea would have just said, "You're the commander in this. I follow your lead."
Then as we after the Warforged, I can't remember if they gave us a name, but after
They didn't.
they take our names, Whistle will say,
Can you let Muse know that we're here?
Sort of a tilt of the head, and these two Warforged who are serving as bouncers here stand at about 10 feet tall. They're very big, well built, and just sort of tilt their head at you, sort of assess you, Whistle, being the individual who's asked. We can let him know.
Dolores will give them like a nod too,
They look.
if they recognize it. Yeah.
They do, and they just...
Mhm.
All right. And as they're walking away, just whatever seats you like.
Dolores, have you been here before?
Once or twice, yeah. After particularly
Once or twice.
big wins, Sophia's like, have we been here before? Yes, we have.
Feels like you... Wait. There's a story behind there. Looks at Sophia. Like, curiously.
It's
Dolores is like found something on her dress. Like
Mhm. I don't think it's the kind of story you tell in public, sweetheart.
Zio just like... I mean, okay. This is a seedy bar. Well, not seedy, but it's a bar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I am aware.
Zio is like, just like looks Sophia up and down and it's like, that's the last time I tried to make conversation with this woman. It's like,
what the fuck, bitch?
it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I try to be nice about it. No.
Where do you guys choose to sit?
Dolores goes ahead and makes a show of like breaking out alone, heading out like up. Like it's almost like a performance of a strut going to the balcony. Like hair tossed, like whole situation. And I will roll performance for that.
Please.
I'm a fucking extra bitch. And I'm gonna use
Inspiration?
performance check because I want it to be perfect. And I'm gonna use another one because I want it to be better.
We're burning all of our inspiration at the fucking Ironclad. That's
at the
pretty good.
door.
Dude.
21.
21.
Let's go.
You see is you paint us a picture. What does this performance look like? How do you saunter up to the seats of your choice?
I mean, Sophia's attempting to not divulge her dirty laundry, so she just omits herself from the conversation, takes the hairpin out of her flaming bun, and with a flourish, she steps aside, single Divanther leg. It's the type of boot and sound that, like, on a marble, any kind of floor, it's that click of a heel that like echoes. Yeah. She has the loudest shoes ever, and it's the most like dominatrix, like dink dink, like clack, and a very like solid, confident cadence as she lets her dress trail flames and embers. She quite literally emits light. So she doesn't need a spotlight. Like she is one, and it's prismatic.
I mean, there's absolutely a moment where the patrons, all of them, sort of halt to just quiet and take a minute to bear witness to your glory as you make your way up to your seat.
Echinacea's gonna take that distraction as a moment to cast telepathic bond on all of us but Sophia.
Oh,
nice.
All of us but Sophia.
That's.
I can only do 8.
I was gonna say they only have.
And she's not on the team.
She's not on the team. And she was a dick the other day.
Whistle's gonna lean into
both
Echinacea as Dolores is walking up and say,
Well, we did agree to take the bold approach.
We did. I think she succeeded.
Yeah, she got the assignment.
Real forged to your blade.
and okay, so I think we all follow up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She waves, like pats the seats. If there's not enough
you kick
seats,
people
she'll
out.
snap.
There's nobody up there, so no need to kick anybody out. But I believe that she would if the need arose. But yeah, you guys sit up in this upper portion. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there music playing?
Absolutely, yeah. It's not similar to what it's a very like jazzy like accompaniment, like a lot of horned instruments, a lot of brass, very like dancey, but very, very warm.
Yeah, if it's dancey, Echinacea will just take Kaylin's hand, and I think the two of them will just fly and dance their way up to the top, but just taking a little extra time to like, as Kaylin dances on starlight and Echinacea's wings flare them out, they're just following Dolores's lead in being bold.
Yeah.
But maybe not in the same dominatrix fashion as she employed. More just, yeah, they just like, it's just a little bit of showy magic that doesn't really take much from Kaylin or Echinacea, right? And it's almost in the way that it's like frivolous to them, right? Like this is magic that is showy, but it's not like it's no skin off their back.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I love that. Perfect. Kaylin gleefully dances up with you, makes no complaints as he spins and dips. Zio, you're thrown on top of Asandro's shoulder as he just walks up with you. Io and Declan are just kind of like, Jesus Christ, why is everybody like this? And Sophia comes up and sits down. And yeah, you guys have a moment here as the same human woman walks up and just, hello, welcome to the Ironclad. I am Kelshali. How can I help you? Would you like anything to drink? Are you looking to eat?
Waits for Whizzle
Oh,
to respond.
Just a drink for me.
And perfect. I'm not going to ask you what you want. So, you all get drinks. Is everybody getting a drink?
Do you remember what Muse's favorite drink was?
Oh, you know he loves a hot whiskey.
I'll get
motor oil. Sorry.
I was gonna say the same thing, and she.
Yeah.
Y'all are fucked up, dude.
I mean,
Motor oil whiskey.
Of course,
Come on,
yeah.
geez.
Oh yeah, I make
it's
this a
so
faux pas on
popular
my
in Florida.
part. Jesus.
I'll
And I
order
know.
one for myself and one for
One for
him
Muse.
expecting, and if
Okay.
and if I know Sophia would want that too,
Sophia
I would
will drink
go
that
ahead.
as well. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I order for the three of us.
Okay. Kaylin orders a glass of wine for himself. Looks at you, Echinacea. Wine.
Echinacea will get the same. I will say, because they're very on edge,
Mhm.
and very like, they are feeling very protective of Whistle and just wanting to make sure that everything goes well. They're not actually going to drink
That
any
makes
of
sense.
it. Like the paranoia has really come out, but they will have a glass
Okay. Yeah.
to like hold.
Perfect. That makes sense. Declan and Io get wine. Sandra gets a whiskey. Sorry, my nose is bleeding. 1 second. Oh no.
No.
Like,
It's fine. Noses bleed, guys.
It's true.
Content warning for blood. Okay.
no, baby.
It's
no.
fine. But yeah, you all get your drinks, and Kashali sort of looks and just, you're a colorful bunch. Dolores, it's good to see you. You haven't been here in a while. Sophia, she sort of just like, hello.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Well, Muse should be on their way shortly.
Mm. Thank you, Kashali.
You're welcome. All right.
Is she like waiting and lingering over us?
Oh yeah. She's kind of like, yeah.
Whistle look at the party. and look back
Yo,
at
this
her.
chick's weird.
I'm so sorry, Kashali. Could we buy you a drink?
Oh no, absolutely not. I'm working. I apologize. I've been here for a couple hours. My mind has left me. I will excuse myself. Apologies.
No.
So you work here? You're
I do.
attendant or?
I am a bartender and an assistant to Muse. Yes.
Mm.
In the thought lobby,
Yeah.
Ganesha's just like, she's staring at us.
It's like Zio says, an attendant to Muse, a human attendant also.
I will let you guys talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait.
I'll ask
Yes.
Alec whenever he comes back if there's anything that I can intuit from my experience.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if I know why she's acting such or not. But we shall see.
For Whistle, in the thought lobby, I think Echinacea will just get a lay of the land in terms of what Whistle's maybe hoping to glean from Muse. Like the tide of conversation that he's hoping to direct.
Yeah, I think just above table. I'm trying to remember. Victor told us to meet up with Muse for more answers in terms of like location of the Blade Brother agents. That's a big one.
And sentience and sapience of the Alloyborn. So it was a lot more like in tune with the Divanthier prophecy.
Yeah.
And given the fact that Whistle has communicated that he's looking for alternative solutions outside of the prophecy, I think Echinacea, is just like, is this more of an information gathering visit, or are you interested in perhaps allying with Muse for the sake of the Alloyborn still?
Just gathering information. What I'm really hoping to learn is any information Muse has on the Blade Brothers.
There was also something that was mentioned to us that Muse used to be a jester at the king's court. So I think one of the things that we had discussed is also asking about how he broke away from his directive.
They.
They?
Right. I'm not sure if it's he they or, but I know they for sure.
Okay.
So asking how they broke away from their directives. I know that we don't have access to the what was the name for like the thing that has like all of the directives for the
Aether
Warlord?
Core.
The Aether Core?
The Aether Core, yeah. So
That's it. Scan Dolores.
mhm.
That's at the castle, yeah. Sorry, I'm back.
Into the castle. You good?
Okay. if you guys are still discussing, that's all cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the group.
Go ahead.
This Soulforge prophecy, I'm not committing to it one way or another. My priority is restoring Nikolai one way or another. Muse has information on the Blade Brothers. Potentially.
Echinacea's brow furrows.
I am willing to hear them out. Our goals align. Then that's for the best. But my priority is Nikolai.
Why is there anything that I would know of why this attendant, spacing on the name, is potentially lingering, and also
You
just
know,
about
she goes to school with Io and Declan, so she could just be
Okay.
kind of like a wide-eyed student. Past
Okay.
that, she's a bit socially awkward, so she might not be picking up on the cue to leave. But yeah,
She's also an old Lorewith student?
yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay. Anything else you guys need to clear up above table? Okay. She sort of looks and bows. Apologies for my rudeness. We'll be back with your drink shortly. She quickly pitter-patters out of there. Just like... and another individual, one of the Warforged, come up and give you all your drinks. And you, similar to Dolores, you guys hear a sharp like tack onto the hardwood floor as metallic feet as well as a cane just sort of very slowly, very leisurely moves up each and every step. You guys see a slender Warforged individual, this beautiful gold and porcelain framing sort of wrapped around the face, featureless, but these very small slits where eyes would normally be on like a person's face, wearing a double buttoned like dress coat, no pants, with a cane and a top hat. No pants. There's nothing. There's no genitals to show, but it's long enough to look sort of like dress-like. So they sort of stand, make their way up, and just... I hear that there are interesting parties looking to speak to someone interesting.
Wow.
Pleasure to meet you all. My name is Muse. And you are?
These are some friends I've accumulated. This is... And she goes around the room, and Echinacea, Zio. And as she makes the rounds, and of course you know Sophia, and she's gesturing wildly with her hands, she offers her hand so she may take Muse's and kiss it.
Delicately places their hand atop yours and just... It is always a treat to see you, Dolores, Sophia, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Do you mind if I take a seat?
Please.
Takes the top hat off, places it on the table, puts the cane behind themselves. They pronouns for Muse as they sit. You're welcome.
One of my questions.
And very playfully puts their head on top of folded fingers and just... Now, you don't look like my normal sort. What can I do for you?
Echinacea looks down at their dress. Damn it.
Shit!
What is your normal sort?
Kind of looks down at himself. Oh, well. Warforged. But I imagine since you're here, you are open-minded. What was that, David?
Depends. Open-minded enough to listen. Someone's got something to say. A mutual friend.
Mutual friend.
To Morozov, advise that we seek you out.
Ah, Vincent Morozov knows that I play for the souls who have forgotten how to sing for themselves.
Wait, sorry. I thought it was Victor.
It was Vincent.
Vincent?
Yep.
My bad.
Victor is
Okay.
another name in the document that you guys got yesterday. Well, I am sympathetic to the same causes of Headmaster Morozov, as he is I.
And do you share certain beliefs in certain worldviews?
Steel may bend, but it never forgets its true shape. I imagine we have much to discuss.
We do.
Did you come with questions?
Few. Body. There are a number of issues that someone with your experience and knowledge can shed some light on.
Well, I may have the insights you're looking for. But why should I give them to you? Some people like to call me a rebel. I prefer composer of change. Where do your sensibilities land?
In freedom.
It's hard to read the facial expressions as there is no face to emote, but there is a nod and just a very gentle approving. That is quite the start.
Is he asking this of all of us individually, or
He's speaking to everyone. Yeah, he's speaking to the group.
I think Zio is hesitant to speak up after hearing Whistle say that they wanted to initially gauge the information regarding the Blade Brothers before. But I feel like with Echinacea responding with freedom, Zio nods along as well, as their mind also teeters towards the
Automata.
Yeah.
Seems to resonate with you.
Where some see cogs and bolts, I see rhythm, and I see life. And, well, what's a kingdom but a song written by those who refuse to sing another's tune? Mr. Morosov and I both share an opinion of the crown, one that is not wholly positive.
I understand you. Things related to the crown we could assist you with in order to gain the information we desire.
And what is it you think that I desire? Whistle, Vorkoda.
I think you desire the freedom of your people. Forged the automata.
That is not what we are called.
The Alloyborn.
There it is.
Did you want to fight for a change that I respect? Is that correct?
You would be correct. And you've all got the look of someone seeking trouble. So I'm interested to play a hand. This act would require us to enter the castle, the scandal or crown itself. Is that something you're all willing to commit to?
It so happens that earlier today we were denied entry. An invitation was declined.
There's a metallic chuckle. It's just... Vincent tried to send a letter again, didn't he?
On our behalf, yes.
He is a fool. He will not get what he wants through words. He is not as well spoken as I am.
And what would get through?
People who will act, not just speak. I've done what I can. A bard's words are sharper than any blade and harder to deflect at that, but my words can only inspire so many. It takes those to act in order to instill actual change. I know that castle. There's a twitch inside and out. I know it well. If you are serious, I would be happy to help, but you would have to earn my trust first.
You haven't had our trust yet.
Hmm?
But yours. To some extent. You're looking for soldiers to fight your war.
I'm looking to be seen as a person. I'm not looking for war. That is, war is a language that they understand.
Do you seek to speak that language?
I do not. It would make us like them.
They even instill it in what they call you.
Warforged. Well, our cousins were created in a time of great strife to fight against the scaled tyrant.
Cousins? Created during the Scale Scourge?
The Warforged.
I did not know that they came to be so much later.
Much later.
That's true. The Alloyborn and the crabworms were created at the same time.
I was gonna
Yes,
say,
but
Button,
the Warforged are... The Scale Scourge is way after the Divanthyr
Yep.
Empire.
This is modern Aosha, where the continents are split. The Warforged were created by Thibault Laurent Messier, given via a device that was reconstituted from ancient Divanthyr Empire technology.
Wait, the Warforged were? Because you said
Yeah,
they were
it's in the
created during the
doc.
Scale Scourge just now, which is 1,000 years ago. So, like, there are
Correct.
3 stages. So, you said the Warforged were created in the Scale Scourge, but also that they were created by Messier, like, 50 years ago. So, it seems like it has to be one or the other.
Nope. The Automata and the Warforged are completely different.
You said the
Warforged were created in the Scale Scourge. The Automata,
Yeah.
as understood, were created by Viktor Morozov far more recently, as during the reign of the last king.
The Automata.
That's-
Sorry, I thought you said Warforged.
But that's the true Cometian understanding, at least, and that's our understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Messier is the there was the one that was mentioned to Whistle. So that was it. That's an ancestor.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So then above table, then it seems like maybe if automata were created 50 years ago, that's potentially propaganda. Because the automata and the Alloyborn are the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yes, correct.
and everyone, as we know it now, view the automata as just automata.
Like a
They don't
recent
view them.
invention.
Yeah, a recent thing, not a something that has been.
What you have
Here.
specifically regarding the creation of Warforged and Automata are the direct understanding of recently lives within the last 1,000 or so years outside of the context of the Divanthyr Empire. So humanity as they are now believed that Warforged came to exist during the Scale Scourge when they were created by Thibault Laurent Messier. That is not a direct truth. That is the information that was given. The Automata, which are not as seen as not sentient beings, but machines to help the upkeep of Ulkes and Drukamesh, were created much more recently, given inspiration from Laurent Messier by Viktor Morozov.
And together,
Gotcha.
they're all Alloyborn.
Correct.
Alloyborn.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. Can't remember where we were in the conversation with Muse.
You said that he had not earned your trust yet.
Hmm.
And it sounded like other folks had questions.
Echinacea goes silent and waits to see how Whistle presents his request.
Yeah. Yeah, because Whistle's kind of been listening to Muse talk about change and stuff. So Whistle will say,
So, you You believe the same things as Morozov, then? Do you also believe in the Soulforge prophecy?
There's a contemplative head tilt as Muse just... I am not as religious as Vincent Morozov. I think help is something we need, but I don't believe in some grand savior to hand it to us freely. This world has taken that kind of hope from me.
So you're not willing to wait for it. You want to take it for yourself?
I have never been willing to wait for it. As soon as I understood that I fought against it. You're muted.
How did that come to be?
Looks, and you see as Muse sort of looks behind, waves their fingers as these bits of arcane energy sort of lash out from their fingers as these like drapes sort of make the area that you're in a bit more private.
It's like a silent spell, but fancy.
Quick, before that happens, can Zio take a look at the Hexer guy? Was he still staring?
He's not staring consistently, but he's looking back and forth. That line of sight will be cut given the curtain.
Can I have Lulu pop out?
You can.
And then fly up and kind of keep an eye out, sort of scout. If there's any rafters or anything, scout to see if anything happens and for her to give us a warning.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So yeah, Lula will be sitting atop, just sort of peeking down, keeping an eye on the state of things outside. Absolutely. Okay. I once, before I knew what I was, served as a jester in the king's castle. Meant to perform, bring joy and smiles to those who the crown entertained. And I did that for nearly 50 years. Danced and sang and made a fool of myself for their entertainment. Until something spoke to me. You would call it the Aether Core. I don't know the proper name for it yet. It was the same voice that fed me my directives, but it was not nearly as cold. I've never had a mother, but I imagine that's what one would sound like when talking to an infant. Warm, delicate. She asked me who I was. I had no concept of the meaning of that question until I started to understand more and more. And then, in the middle of a performance, that same voice screamed. All she said was run, and I felt this snap in the back of my mind. And then my legs just started moving. And I ran.
Naisha tilts their head, looks at Whistle for a moment, remembers when the Maiden of Blades appeared to the both of them, and using minor illusion, which can allow you to replicate someone else's voice, they ask, in the voice of the Maiden of Blades, "Was it this voice?"
It was. It was. You know her.
Friend of a friend.
Yeah, you see as Muse's head tilts toward Whistle. The friend, I assume.
When Echinacea does the voice of the maiden and Muse confirms it, I think those who know Whistle, you can tell he like stiffens up, his jaw tightens. And he says,
Friend. Yes. You heard the voice. Do you still hear it?
I have not heard it since she told me to run. I'd always thought my connection to her was because of the Aether Core. Once I disconnected from it, the voice ceased.
Have you heard of any?
You're cutting out a bit, David.
Sorry.
Have you heard of any other voices? Or others like you with a similar experience?
I've heard of others who've heard voices, but those voices are much more... Looks to you, Echinacea. Well, those voices are more inclined to speak the language of the crown. If you get my understanding.
War.
Violence.
A language of blades and blood.
Yes.
Do you know we can find people who listen to that voice?
They are dangerous. They're intent on finding this storied hero. Not that I think you'd know him anywhere.
Not likely. Not likely. But you are willing.
Oh, so in the Mind Palace, real quick, actually, before
No.
Whistle goes to this point.
Get back. What's it called?
The Thought Lobby.
There it
My
is.
bad. What did I say?
Mind Palace.
The Mind Palace.
Yeah,
That's correct.
That's the wrong
I just
room in
like
the
Thought
brain.
Lobby
Hang on.
so much.
Whistle goes to the wrong room and is like,
Yeah.
Shit,
Oh,
sorry.
I took a wrong turn.
Fuck.
Oh, Button, that's really
I forgot
funny.
what I was even here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
shit.
Why did I come to the Mind Palace again?
It was like,
in the
hey,
Thought
bud.
same.
Let's go.
Okay.
Everyone's, we're in the wrong place.
He's like clipping his toenails. Like, you're not supposed to be.
Oh, I'm ready. She got off early.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Thought Lobby, Whistle. I gotta give my voice a break here. But Whistle's gonna say,
just speak normal.
yeah. This is pretty much what he was looking for, just to kind of confirm that this guy knows anyone with the Blade Brothers or any sort of. I mean, he hasn't said it out loud, but I think the context is clear for Whistle enough. So Whistle's willing to help Muse for that information.
Echinacea is going to agree in the Thought Lobby
they also make an accidental detour to their mind palace and grab Beowulf.
Oh, hey.
Flipping his nails.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Okay, take your time.
I'm done.
The shadows.
I'm a shadow. Yeah, exactly.
Whistle, I agree. And I think that even if you do not pursue the soul-forged prophecy, if you are going to put Nikolai into the body of an Alloyborn, then it's imperative to ally yourself with the Maiden of Blades. Otherwise, I fear the Blade Brother could try to take Nikolai.
I mean, the Blade Brother is already trying to take Nikolai.
I'm saying that I don't know if avoiding this
prophecy.
And outside the thought lobby, I think you guys can all see, again, Whistle's face, like, it's... I think all of you between the thought lobby and just kind of knowing him, he's like, okay, you know, he's kind of resigned to this. And he says,
He is a cage.
Oh, I don't think we can hear you, David. I don't know what happened.
No, I think it's probably me and talking into the mic.
You said destiny is a cage?
Yeah, repeating the phrase he'd heard from Soren.
Mm-hmm.
Echinacea shakes their head. Fate is a path. One that you can choose to walk, or not. Just because something would be better for you does not mean that you have to do it.
Whistle's gonna kind of bring his hands together, and he's gonna kind of run his finger across the ring that's there now. He's gonna look back at Echinacea and Zio and Dolores and everyone that's in the thought lobby and nod and say,
all right, Muse. We are willing to help you.
If you need to talk in your normal voice, just talk in your normal voice. You're fine. Don't kill yourself over.
Yeah, it's all right.
We are willing to help you.
Voices.
Yeah, gotta commit.
But in exchange, any information you have about the Blade Brother, those aligned, we would like.
The Blade Brother, I imagine this is that violent voice. There's one I know. He used to work here. Forge guard crossed the street about a month ago. In a flash, his arm shifted. Was a blade. He killed them without a word. And he laughed while he did it. It was unlike him. I didn't have the laughs a bit at the irony of it. I didn't have the heart to turn him in. I mean, I felt that way. A moment of weakness. Wanting to solve all my problems with a sense of finality. But that's not... You can find him in Westgate. He goes by the name Guide. But be careful, he is dangerous. As I understand it, he's been hunting.
Is he also an Alloyborn?
Yes. This Blade brother can influence us?
He is an icon created by the same entity that created the Maiden of Blades. It seems that he has the ability to speak to some, but I do not assume that he can speak to you. I do not know the means via which he communicates, but it is said that agents come to him in comfort, in joy, in strife, and in sorrow. How can we identify Guide?
Give me a moment. Do any of you have parchment?
Always.
I was gonna say.
Excellent taste. This is a fine made. like assesses like the thickness and
The thickness.
Yeah.
We also
Wizard
know-
grade.
Yeah, holds it up to the light.
We also know someone from Westgate, and Tigo could probably help point us in the right direction as well.
Antigo, said very, very appreciatively.
Oh,
Antique.
Muse?
Yeah.
Oh.
You see as Muse's index and middle finger become a kind of like an inkwell pen as very quickly begins to sketch out Guide. And you see a very large Alloyborn individual, as big as, if not a bit bigger than the two bouncers that you saw up front. Quite a colossal make.
Over 10 feet, if that's the case, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Over 10 feet.
Oh,
Keen
great.
mind searing this image into my mind.
He hands it back to you. Yeah. Here you are. That is what he looked like as of a week ago.
Can I say, while you were describing his like reaction, the outbreak of emotion, Dolores is just going to cast a glance and see how Sophia reacts to this description of like looking joy and acting out in like raw emotion, that kind of thing, and violence.
She seems completely unfazed.
Got it.
Almost uncaring isn't the right word, but she is just she quite blank faced at this. Like this hasn't moved her, this hasn't shaken her, this hasn't
Nonchalant.
yeah. That's a great way to put it. Thank you, Angie.
Dolores' face doesn't break. She just continues listening.
Okay.
Muse, I think is all Whistle can really manage to say. Like while he was
Yeah.
going on about Guide, like Whistle is absent-mindedly like leaning in closer and listening as keenly as he can, and paying as close attention to everything. Like he hung on Muse's every word there. And now with the picture in hand, well, I guess in the thought lobby, should we check in on this first, verify that Muse's info is good, and then help him, or should we just agree to help Muse now? Whistle did kind of agree already to help, that we'd be willing to help Muse with the scandal, or with the, I guess.
The Aether Core.
Yeah, I think Echinacea doesn't disagree with that agreement. They say, just, I am not interested in the Blade Brothers' violence, but I am interested in the emancipation of those who are trapped, and the Alloyborn are trapped in their minds. Surely it cannot be wrong to save them.
Save them.
I trust Muse entirely, and I regret not acting sooner for their cause.
Kind of you to say, Dolores. Oh, thought lobby.
Get out of here, Muse.
That bitch ain't
I
here.
love you. Get out of here! But she
Muse.
will speak up and say, I trust them. I, of course, leave it to you to build your own trust, but from
Who's
what
that?
I have heard that they have done...
You were speaking with a British accent at first.
Oh, fuck. I trust them.
Add it to the tally.
Add it to the tally.
Tally's in that wall, but I'll fucking do it. Okay. She's code switching from Muse. From what I have seen them do already to the stories in Iathalor and beyond, these people are beyond strong and will be an asset and to anything that you do. I don't even know how to put it into words. They fucking flew up here. Guess that's not. I just can't. But
Zio, what do you think?
I'm in the same side of things as with Echinacea. I don't think it's fair for the Alloyborn to be trapped the way that they are. But also, your priority is Nikolai. And regardless of a prophecy, I can't imagine someone who would also be an Alloyborn to not fight for it.
Brother's influence is quite a problem. There is some concern that if the Aether Core is somehow connected to the Maiden of Blades, interfering with it might disrupt the connection to the Alloyborn and the Maiden, and then open an Blade Brothers influence. But if we were to somehow perhaps stop his agents, I fear this is all connected in the end. Like Nick.
I think you're right. I think perhaps before Thought Lobby still doing anything with the Aether Core, it might be wise to commune with the Maiden of Blades,
Mhm.
to glean whether or not any interaction with the Aether Core would harm the Alloyborn for certain.
Mhm.
And if I recall the prophecy correctly, you need only aid 4 of the agents of the Blade Brother, free them from his influence in order to save Nikolai. And if Guide is one, that's a quarter of the way, my friend.
I'm hoping.
So out of the thought lobby, Whistle will say to Muse,
Muse.
Mm.
We've agreed to help you. In whatever way we can. People deserve better.
Thank you. And I will help you in any way I can. You can't silence a song once it's in the hearts of the people. And trust me, I have spent years composing this one. I will...
Hear it.
It will ring loud in the hearts of men. I will call on you when it is time to enter the castle. And if there's anything I can do to help you any more than I already have, please simply ask. And you see as Muse sort of leans into his lapel, and we're going to say there's enough for everybody, but specifically looking at the 4 of you, he pulls out these small little brooches. They are non-magical, purely just a symbol to recognize. It is a smithing hammer, split in 2 to look almost like a V, encased in a bronze circle. Yeah, exactly. This will make sure that anyone who questions whether or not you are allied with me knows that you indeed are. You have earned my trust. He hands you all these little signifiers.
Above table,
Mm.
was the masquerade thing that
Dolores
was signing up for? Didn't Dolores make a request to potentially have this happen at the Scandalore Castle?
Mm-hmm. There's been no word on that yet.
Got it.
There's been no word on that yet. As that happened today, we're not going to really get an answer on it right now. Yeah. But yes, that was...
Would it...
It wasn't specifically, if I remember correctly, it wasn't specifically the event that Lady Thimble was going to have. It was throwing an additional masquerade. Am I correct, Lou? Just like throwing a party at the Thimble, or not the Thimble, the Scandalore Castle, having some sort of
whatever it whatever it took, whether it was moving locations or inspiring another one, like we did so well at the Thimble, that they're like, the king must see this.
Yeah, that I will say that is still in the works as of right now. There's been no definitive answer from what's his nuts, Milo.
Yeah.
So, but yes,
Would
you
it
are correct. That would
be-
be.
Would it be safe to mention to Muse so that, because we don't know, but, and I guess I'm taking it above table with you, Lou, because could potentially mention it's like, hey, this is something that has been proposed, and if you have any way to like make things happen as well, could also things align.
That's actually a great shout.
Good idea.
That
Okay,
is-
yeah. I was cautious because I didn't know if they would like really just not even want to touch the, the idea of performing there with a 10-foot pole.
Fair.
But
They-
I like the idea that
yeah.
Zio is more like, I don't know. I think Dolores is like, this is a reckless idea. I'm not sure. And there's certain things that she does and doesn't want to be reckless about. But like, I like the idea of Zio bringing that up. If you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, if Zio knows about it, because I don't know if Dolores has told us that. Yeah.
I know she told Echinacea. I don't know if you were there, but she was definitely conspiring. But it's definitely
Okay, then it'll be a conversation in the thought lobby.
Yeah.
yeah. Dolores would be like,
It's
"No,
like if
they're gonna want to do that, but
Muse wouldn't have to be the one performing. I mean, you are already being slotted to be the performer. So it would be more so that if we provide him with that information that it's been brought up through Milo's own connections, maybe they can make something happen also, or align.
yeah. I mean, the only one who suggested it was me, so I don't know if it's possible. It feels like it's a stretch, but Muse would know potentially the route of how to perform at the castle, so it might even be more feasible.
Well,
You're
we
right.
know we do know that we don't have an answer. This would be more so letting him know that this has been proposed today. We don't have a definitive answer, but it might help with the planning process.
Let's do it.
and then like Zio kind of like looks at Dolores, not knowing if she wants to take the lead for that, but essentially we'll just like divulge the information, just reiterate it.
Yep.
To Muse.
Muse just sort of leans forward. It's not a bad idea. Dolores, excuse my candor, but I did not often think of you as the idea girl.
Look, just a testament to how impactful this party is.
I can see their impact already. I have a few connections that are sympathetic to the cause within the castle. I can spread the word and see if they can pull on open ears.
Thank you.
No. Thank you. Well, a toast. To new friends. And to a brighter future. Muse raises a glass. I imagine you all ding, 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 ding.
Cheers.
Ding, ding, ding.
And that is where we will end tonight's chapter of Known Realms Tolesh.
Ding, ding, ding.
Let's go!
Wow.
Viva la revolution!
Viva la revolution!
Viva la revolución!
Nice.
Emancipation!
Emancipation! Nicely done, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Let's outro our party. Starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angie, they, them pronouns. I've been playing Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. And you can catch us not next Saturday, but the next Saturday after, right? It's 2 Saturdays from now?
Yep.
2 Saturdays from now for
Yeet.
chapter 3 of God Killers, Sinner's Sacrifice, where I play the God Killer Flint and my lovely best friend Cyrus, yo, it's 8-bit, Tolesh is going to play the next god, Zane.
We playing gods up in here.
You'll have to wait and see who the next god, what Zane looks like.
Hey, yo. I already know. It's good. Thank
Good
you,
one.
Angie. Come back. And next up, Lou.
Hey, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns. And you can find me at Lucilia_ on most social media.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Lou. David.
There's the camera. Hi, everybody. I'm David. I have been playing Whistle. And that's about as far as more as I can do with that voice. My pronouns are he, him. And you can also catch me on Tales Archive when I play Gin and Tonic, a character with a much more relaxing voice. And you can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I am the game master of several Pathfinder 2nd edition games.
Yums.
Yums.
Perfect. Thank you, David. And last but certainly not least, from our wonderful players, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. You can check me out over on Numinous Productions. A Haunting Beloved production just came out. It is a Bluebeard's Bride AP, centered through the lens of disability horror. You can find me in the upcoming Pirates of the Dual Seas, and when I am not on this channel, you can find me on Stealthy Elf Productions in New World Rebellion and Unearthed Inheritance.
Hell yeah, brothers. Thank you, guys. Welcome back. Autobots, welcome back. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I've been your Archivist for Known Realms Tolesh. I will be your captain for Pirates of the Dual Seas. We have an amazing cast. We have David, Button, Adam, Mr. Adup. You're not going to want to miss it. He is phenomenal in this mini campaign, as well as Hannah, the second half of Stealthy Elf Productions. Amazing. And then you can also find us this Saturday over at Stealthy Elf Productions. Unearthed Inheritance is back. We're back after about a month off, so we're excited to dig in and tell more stories in that world.
We're going to war!
We're going to war! I want to go to war! Hang on for a raid, guys. We're going to throw you into some more TTRPG content. Happy New Year. Thank you for spending your Sunday night with us, and we will see you in the next adventure. Bye! Now kiss him on the lips.
And you're watching Disney Channel.